Hello, everyone. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Erotica Book Club. Happy Saturday or Catter Day, whatever your take is. If you have kitties, please give them love from me. So, we are back with our wonderful book that we are moving through at quite a pace. It's not a long book, which is good. There are two more, which is bad. But we are getting through it at a good clip. We're up to like page 135. So, even though we have only made page count once since we started, we're getting through. It's only like 320 pages long. So that probably means I should order the next book soon. I got a couple weeks. Yeah, if I order it around like the first, then we'll be okay. Yeah. Oh, and the boats have been pouring in on the new wine glass. Every single vote has gone mirror. All of them. So I think we know what wins. So that will also be coming in the near future. I am ordering from like super cheap place, so it's going to take a few weeks to get here because if you want the lowest price, you end up paying for it by waiting, but that's fine. It'll get here. I love that it's plain so we can decorate because I can definitely paint on it and scrub it off later, or rhinestones or something because we got to bling it up a little, We got to have some fun. Oh, book smells wonderfully like burnt, and I mean in the best way. Like right after you put the fireplace out and the whole room just smells like char and wood, and it's so good. Never fails to make me think of my grandparents' fireplace in the fancy dining room. They had two. We mostly ate in the kitchen because they had like a kitchen with like an attached like seating area where you could fit like 6 people. But then they had a larger dining room for like Christmas and stuff where you could seat like 20 people. And then there was the fancy living room on the other side of the dining room because they had like a regular living room that was just inside the front door, but then they had the fancy living room that like nobody was allowed in, or mostly children were not allowed in because, breakable stuff, and also fireplace, which didn't have a grate on it until they had grandchildren, and my grandmother yelled at my grandfather and made him install a grate because, of course, I lived there, and being like 4, I had to insist on pushing my way into the room and watching every step of this because something was going on. And when you're little and somebody's doing something with tools and there's a shiny grate and what is it? And can I poke it? And I got in trouble for touching it because it had gold around it. And, apparently you're not supposed to touch that until it's been heated up a few times. So there were permanently my fingerprints on the gold surround because they didn't tell me not to touch it and I touched it and it turned purple. I think my grandfather was mad, but my grandmother was like, hey, you were supposed to watch her. This is before they learned never to leave grandpa in charge of watching the grandkids. It just never went well. He tended to do things like tent the paper in front of him so he couldn't see anything else and forget that tiny child is in the room, which led to my drinking scotch when I was 2. And part of me wonders if I remember that, because to this day I do not like the smell of scotch. As for what happened last week, yeah, Cerebellum, you are entirely correct. Hello, Cerebellum. Yeah, we're on page 135 and it's day 2. Yeah. I really am wondering if the entire series, like all 3 books, take place over 1 year. But even that, like literally, we're almost halfway through this book. We're literally like 20, 30 pages away from being at the halfway mark. And in book time, as best I've been able to follow, because it jumps all over the place, it's only been like 2 weeks. And I like don't quote me because I'm not sure I remember correctly, but I'm pretty sure the next book is actually just called The Next 365 Days, implying that it is year 2 of them being together. So, meaning the first book should cover an entire year. How they're going to do that, I don't know. I mean, maybe it doesn't. maybe it just gets to whatever point this book stops at, and then in between, there like 8 months go by. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know. I've barely been able to follow the time it supposedly takes because there's entire days missing. And it's been a while since he told us what day we're on. I'm actually hoping that he does that. Trying to see where... Because we didn't actually get to the end of chapter 8. We stopped in the middle of 6 again, didn't we? Looks like we did. Yeah, because last week, it's just, like, nothing happened. They went to a club. She badly did a cosplay imitation of a hooker. Very 90s. Everything was 90s. The clothes, the hair, the makeup, the music was all 90s. She did a stripper dance that he didn't like, and then some guy got handsy, and Don whatever supposedly shot him, but not fatally, but we didn't see it, and yeah. Oh god, we're starting with literally the worst, and I'm not drunk yet. This is not okay. How did I stop right here? I stopped at literally the worst possible... I may lower the cost of chugging tonight. But for now, let me get on with my warnings. And then, of course, we shall play our national anthem. Definitely violence against women. Pay attention to the sex warning, because I just looked at where we're starting, and Jesus Christ. I didn't get something to throw up into. Why did I not do that? Why did I not do that? Why do I keep forgetting to just bring the bucket next to me in case I need to puke? I didn't eat anything today, so that should... And I did eat Tums. Tums have been eaten. This is a thing. I remembered. Definitely, you know what? I'm gonna have another one. just as precaution. But for now, all rise for our national anthem. Oh, let me fix the volume. There we go. And then we will dive in, and I may read very quickly through the next page because... But for now, this.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they're unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, And this is the important part again. Don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure. But unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hello, hello. Okay, deep breaths, because I made the mistake of reading the next page and I shouldn't have. But for now, first things first, we have to honor our pantheon of ducks by introducing everyone. Let's see, we have... Oh, I didn't arrange these very well today. I will do better. We, of course, have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sasu, Bob with two B's, Simon, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Gassel, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, and Ferguson. And if anyone would like to round out our pantheon of ducks, we have these 6 painted ducks currently available. We have Cupid Duck, Mr. Spock Duck, Orion Slave Girl Duck, Chicken Jockey Minecraft Duck, Flounder Duck, and Scuba Diver Duck. Once these are on our stage, we will order more ducks, many of which will need to be painted, so start thinking of things I can paint ducks into, because I desperately will need ideas. Because a lot of them are going to be doubles this time. But it's good to get creative with the ducks. It's actually fun, and I've learned better how to paint them. I got better with some practice. So that is our low tier option for $10. PayPal link should be at the top of the screen. Let me know if it's not. For $25, we have handcuffs. These are my personal favorite. There is a key in here. There's also a key on a string around my monitor because we practice safety here, and these are not safety cuffs. So always make sure there is a key within reach. And I will put these on for 20 to 25 pages, roughly half the evening for $25. And again, personal favorite and good bargain as far as I'm concerned, because I've seen some other things. For $50, I will chug this glass of wine filled to this point. This can be done 3 times during stream because this book is that bad, with a half hour in between and water, and I do have water and tea right here. And for the low price of $100, I will put on this spiked bra for the rest of the evening. Yes, it really has spikes. No, they are not sharp enough to make me bleed, but they are sharp enough and long enough to be, shall we say, progressively uncomfortable. And that rounds our offerings for this evening. So keep that in mind as we toil through a terrible tale. I gotta stop stopping like right like mid sex scene. I gotta stop that. You gotta push through. Like the problem is like every other scene is a sex scene though. This is the problem. It really is. So it's kind of hard to avoid. But we are mid chapter 8. You got like 10 pages left of chapter 8 because it's longer than I thought. The next part of the next part of 365 days. I swear, because how are we getting like we're this far? How are we going to get through a whole year? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Not that anything in this does. Like, anytime I think about sending the first couple parts of my fanfic turn novel to publishers, which I do intend to do in the near future, I give myself hope and encouragement by reminding myself that this got published. This got published and this got kind of famous. This got movies. I mean, they're Netflix movies, but it got movies. So, and this doesn't even like properly translate, and it's got tons of errors and it makes no sense and it jumps all over the place and I don't know what's going on half the time. So I figure if this can get published, I am less embarrassed to send my stuff to a publisher because I'm better than this. I will say, like, with 50 Shades, I found it hard to say I'm better than that just because of how huge it got. Not that it was well written. But this I have absolutely no problem saying, I write better than this. So if this can get published, I should at least have a chance. And yes, I looked up where this was originally published. It was like Australia or something. So, hey, internet, I can definitely email international publishers. Thing is, a lot of publishers don't take unsolicited manuscripts, and that is in like big letters on their website, like, do not send us your manuscripts. We have too much to read already. But some places do. Some places will take anything from anyone and give it a read. So we'll see. You know, I mean, I'll definitely start with places here, but because there are actually quite a few publishing houses in Canada, mostly in Toronto and Vancouver, a couple in Quebec. Okay, so this is after they got back from the club. Maybe it's the next day, I'm not sure. But they are somewhere, and I seem to, the last line that I read and apparently highlighted was, if we do it now, I won't be able to stop. You know that, right? He asked in a serious voice. If we cross this line, I'll fuck you whether you like it or not. Yeah, I remember, yep. So it goes on from there. Okay, 45 minutes till I can start drinking? Good. If anyone would like to pre-order chugging so I have it available, that would be great. This book makes me want to bring back $10 shots. It really does. The way he said it sounded like a promise. It only ignited my passion. Seriously, is the drugs that he's secretly giving her like something that makes you horny? Is there a magic horny drug? Like, I don't know if anything like that exists in real life. I know like MDMA and Molly and stuff is supposed to make you love everyone in like very affectionate, shall we say, but you know, is there I don't know, could you OD somebody on like estrogen or something? I don't know if that would actually make you horny though. So fuck me, I said, sitting in front of him on the edge of the bed. He murmured something through his teeth in Italian and took a step closer, stopping a few inches away. With the faint light still on in the with the faint light still on in the room, I could see his throbbing erection. I put my hands on his buttocks and pulled him closer, grabbing his manhood. What the hell? It was amazing. Thick and hard. How many times can we take a bet? How many times are we going to hear the description of this guy's dick? Because this is like 5 or 6. Oh, I have our list of things that I am marking. I almost forgot, but we have the list. I have a pen. Yeah, we have the spelling of cum versus cum, times she fainted, times skips, and times book copies 50 Shades. And we have our list of burnable words. I trailed my fingers down its length, licking my lips. Put your hands on my head, I said. Okay, no woman ever says this. I said, looking him in the eyes. And punish me. Is this him having a wet dream? Because seriously? Massimo exhaled loudly and grabbed my hair hard. This is designed to make me puke. I did eat extra Tums while the video was playing. Why does it have to start like this? Like 2-3 glasses in, I can handle this, but... Are you asking me to treat you like a whore? Is that what you want? Okay, I will say, even though I am not a fan of blowjobs, if you enjoy that, good for you. And it is not being treated like a whore to give one. Not, not just whores do. Housewives do on your birthday, or so I've been told. I leaned my head back obediently and opened my mouth wide. Well, at least we know she's willing this time. At least we can say this is consensual. It's fucked up, but it's consensual. Yes, Don Massimo. Also, Book can't decide if the word Don should be capped or not. As an Italian woman, let me tell you, yes, it should. His grip on my hair tightened. He moved closer and with a fluid, decisive motion, shoved his swollen cock in my mouth. I'm gonna die. I moaned, feeling it reach as far as my throat. Because we needed to be told he has like a 10-inch dick. His hips started pumping backwards and forwards. I couldn't breathe. If at any point you stop enjoying it, tell me. Just make sure I know you're not teasing me. Okay, this is why you need to work out things like hand signals before you take away somebody's ability to speak. Because how is she supposed to tell you? He said, keeping his movements steady. I withdrew a bit and took him out of my mouth, continuing to stroke his cock with my hand. Same goes for you, I replied, meaning it, before continuing to suck him. Do we think for a second he's not enjoying this? Is it an option? The man in black laughed, but as soon as I picked up the tempo, he gasped. I blew him harder and faster than his hands on my head were suggesting. I don't even want to know what that means. He was panting, his hands balling into fists in my hair. I felt him growing even larger in my mouth. No, he has magic penis. I officially declare. He has magic inflatable dick. Like 5 minutes in and I'm already broken. Oh my god. Okay, YouTube, if you want to AI clip anything, make it that. Why is it all the sex authors don't know anything about sex? Why? Why? Ah. I took it as an invitation to show him who is in control now. He was sweet, his skin so smooth, his body exuded the scent of sex. Ew, just ew. I delighted in him, wanting to sate myself with what I had yearned for from the beginning. Another part of me wanted to prove something to him. What, that you can suck him off as well as a professional? Like, again, as a former pro, I'm not dissing anybody, but I'm saying it's not a standard you want to live up to. To show Massimo that holding him in my mouth, I held him in my mouth, I held him in my power. There's a sentence. And I am all for power dynamics. It's a lot of fun. As long as the rules are clear and you have boundaries and everybody knows each other's no lists. I love playing with power dynamics. Lots of fun. This is not that. I picked up the pace. He wouldn't last long. I knew it and he did too. He tried slowing me down, but I didn't let him. Not so fast, he hissed, but I ignored him. Hey, maybe he doesn't like it fast. Didn't we just say, like, let me know if you're not liking it? And now he did, and she's not. They're both terrible. They're both terrible people. A moment later, when I didn't slow down even for an instant, he pulled out, pushing me away. I licked my lips lasciviously as he stood and stared at me, breathing heavily. He pushed me over on the bed and turned me on my belly. Oh, great. Somehow this is about to get worse, isn't it? But yeah, she's trying to do the power play of I can make you come whether you want to or not kind of thing, which is sussy and questionable, but now they're just arguing over, like, basically they're having an I'm in charge argument but with sex. What do you bet he, like, gets a phone call or something and leaves, like, mid-sex? I'm predicting this now. He pushed me over on the bed and turned me onto my belly, clinging to me with his whole body. Again, practice this with dolls before you write it. Are you trying to prove something to me? He asked, licking 2 fingers. Relax, baby girl, he purred, sliding them both inside me. I let out a loud moan. 2 fingers were all it took to fill me. Oh, so now we're being informed that she's, shall we say, used. I think you're ready. Those words made a shiver run down my spine. The anticipation, the uncertainty, the fear, and the desire all whirled in my head. Shouldn't she have passed out by now? Isn't that what she does every time she gets overwhelmed? And then he gives her mystery pills that we still don't have an explanation for. Massimo slowly entered me. Okay, here we go. From him saying he's not going to fuck her until she loves him, which she doesn't, but apparently he's just giving in on the sex. After what, like 2? Oh, baby girl is on the burn list. Did I miss it? I did. Thank you, Cerebellum. You are VIP tonight. And there's a puppy who wants to be seen. No, come on. He's doing the rub my belly before I'll jump up thing. We have to talk about this. Because you're a greedy little suck. Yes, it's on the burn list, and since it's on the back of the page, come on, up, up, up. Your belly rubbed, you sucky little thing. You're such a demanding little suck. Yes, little sucky baby. Come on, up, up. Come on, come on, you can do it. Up. Come on, Bo. Up, there we go. Good boy. Yes, so we shall play with fire as soon as I get to the end of the page. Okay, you didn't mute me, good boy, but here's a puppy. Look, we got an early stream puppy. Please forgive my scratched up elbow. I had an attack of itchy, dry skin and kind of clawed myself. And my nails are, like, so short. You wouldn't think I would be capable of, like, scratching myself, but I swear it's easier with actually short nails than long nails. You're so sleepy. Look at this. Look at this. Look at how sleepy this is. It's such a puppy. It's such a puppy, isn't it? Yeah. I know. No, you can't lick. You know that. Come on. He was about to. He was going for it. You know when mommy has her makeup on, you can't lick. You know that. You're going, yeah, I know it, but I don't like it. And look at me. I'm blocking your whole field of vision with my head. Because I'm the only thing you're allowed to look at. Yes, because I'm the most important thing in the world. Yes. Yes, I'm the most important thing. Mm-hmm. Do anyone else's pets do the I'm the most important thing? Demand all of your attention? Okay, there's a good puppy. Okay, you've had your cuddle. So go back under your puppy bed. Have nap naps. Okay, okay, go have nap naps. Mwah. I can't kiss you with this lipstick on because it takes like 3-4 days to come out of his fur. But yes, baby girl is indeed on the list, and therefore a book shall burn. And I shall feel good doing it. Is it too much if I rip out the entire page? Massimo slowly entered me, and I could feel each and every inch of his thick phallus. Okay, note to authors, changing the word for cock every time it comes up from being cock to whatever the hell else thesaurus.com says doesn't make you sound like a better writer. It just makes you sound indecisive. His arms wrapped themselves around me almost painfully as he slid inside me fully. He froze, only to pull out and rush in harder. No mention of birth control or condoms going on here, by the way, just in case that comes up later. I moaned as my arousal and pleasure mixed with pain. Hey, that's a good time. His hips hastened, and his breath with them. The wonderful friction I felt was rippling in waves across my whole body. Is he gonna edge her? Is he gonna get her like right on the edge and then pull out and leave? Because that would make I'd laugh at that. Suddenly he slowed down, and I exhaled with relief. Massimo's hand slid beneath me, raising my hips, and his knees spread my legs wider. Show me that beautiful ass of yours, he breathed into my ear, caressing my asshole. Oh, we're getting anal? The one thing we never got in 50 Shades. Well, not really. I startled. Was he going to try something I wasn't ready for? Because you've given so much indication that you're not ready for it. Ugh. Ton, I whispered fearfully, looking back at him. He grabbed my hair and pushed my head into the pillow. This is his response. Again, they both said, like, tell me if something gets too much for you, and they've both done it now, and they've both ignored each other, and his response is to push her face into a pillow. He's losing that consent card. It's going away. Don't worry, baby girl. Now I'm officially burning the entire page because it's twice. That's not my fault. I have to. I don't make the rules. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. We're going to get there, but not tonight. Okay. At least I'm spared that. Jesus fucking Christ. Can I drink yet? No. Why is there still 28 minutes before I can drink? I ordered time to work differently tonight. It's supposed to obey me. If Ozzy says it's lap time, then he's going to sit on you even if there's no lap. Yeah, I understand that. Have you ever had the kitty like climb up your pants and then they just hang there because they don't know what to do? Especially kittens. Kittens will climb because they like want attention, but then they get like halfway up your leg and they're like, huh, not sure what to do now. Can't seem to get down. But kittens will climb right up to your chin because they don't care. They just they're still working out the climbing thing, so it just kind of happens. And they're not really sure why it happened, but it's just like, oh, I'm up here now. And then occasionally you get the help me meow when they can't get down. No, I'm thinking of Thomas Kitty, poor baby. I still miss him so much. I still swear I hear him meowing sometimes. I swear, like it's less, but it still happens. I was actually thinking of getting another kitty. I was doing the maths on what it would take and, when, if I can afford it. But I don't know. We'll see. If I get a job, then everything is fine. I have sent out a ton of resumes since the new year because, like, December's kind of a dead month for jobs. But in January, everyone's like, "Hey, remember those like 20 positions we didn't fill last year? Let's repost those." So January's been pretty good to me. I've got a lot of, what do they say? Poles in the water or some fishing metaphor here. Whatever the thing is, I'm trying to remember and failing to do so. But it is time to burn, baby girl, burn, because fuck the book. 1, 2, 3. Okay, that got really smoky. I don't know why. Why is it so smoky? I totally sucked that in. Okay, bad idea on my part. Don't inhale. Man, it does like to smolder. It's weird. I gotta hold this a little carefully because it's right at the bottom. For the second, I think this is the first time we have 2 burnables in one page. This is good. It's still smoking. But here we go. 1, 2, 3, burn. Oh, didn't want to go out. But there we go. Much better. I think I'm going to need some kind of an ash shield. It's getting all over my desk and making a mess. We'll sweep that up later. There we go. Okay, it's out. I feel better now. Also, the smell is helping. Oh, so good. Can we have like a cologne that's like burned wood smell? Has anyone ever tried to do that? Because, yeah, I would like that. Also, question for the chat. Do you think it's weird if a girl wears like men's like scents, like men's cologne or perfume or stuff? Because I often find I like the guy stuff more than the girl stuff sometimes because the girl stuff's too sweet and frilly for me. Some of the guy stuff's really good. I mean, there are girl perfumes that I like, but there's guy ones that I like too. Slowly and rhythmically, he pushed himself against me, bending my spine so that my butt thrust upwards. He's gonna like injure her. Again, authors, please try this with dolls before you write it to make sure that it is actually possible. Oh, yes, he panted with excitement, holding my hips higher. How many arms does he have? I love being fucked from behind, and the control he exerted over my body in this position made me equally afraid and aroused. Hey, if that's your thing, I'm glad you're getting it. He bent down a bit, sliding one hand over my clit. I spread my legs even wider so he could play with me. Open your mouth, he ordered, pushing his fingers between my lips. Ugh! Ugh! Oh, that actually just made my stomach tighten. Oh! Oh! Why am I wearing very tight pants? I'm asking myself this. Because it's not helping with the stomach clenching. Oh. When they were wet enough, he moved the hand back down to rub my pussy. He was an expert and knew perfectly well where to aim his hand to take me to the brink of ecstasy. I grabbed the pillow harder, unable to bear the frantic pace of his hips. I moaned and writhed beneath him, calling out in Polish. Not yet, Laura, he said, and turned me over. Again, like, try it! I want to see you orgasm. This is why you put the girl in front of the mirror, you dumbass. Massimo slid both hands under me and hugged me tightly as his penis slid in and out harder and faster until I felt myself contracting inside. I swung my head back and allowed the orgasm to take me over. Harder, I moaned. He pushed me at twice as hard. So this guy just has no limit. He's the Terminator of sex. Sorry, there are images in my head. Oh god. I could feel him close on my heels, but I couldn't stop the rapture anymore. I screamed, my body tightening as I came, and Massimo's hips didn't stop stroking, impaling me. Another stroke, and another. I heard ringing in my ears. Is she gonna pass out? Is she gonna pass out from the sex? Hi, puppy. I know I'm yelling. Puppy's checking in because he's like, mummy, mummy, is everything okay? Because I'm partially trained by another emotionally support dog, partially emotional support dog. And your voice is doing the loud thing, and that usually means you need a puppy. Yes, little baby, you're a good boy. Everybody tell the puppy he's a good boy. As long as you don't swim in it. Ugh. Lily. Ugh. It was too much. With a wild howl, I came for a second time, and my sweaty body collapsed onto the mattress. I'm not saying this is impossible, but generally not how women work. The man in black slowed down, becoming almost lazy in his movements. You want to come up, don't you, pup? All right, come on. You're not going to leave me alone till I cuddle you. Yep. Oh, yep. We're being toddler puppy tonight. Mommy cuddle me. Mommy cuddle me, love me, pay attention to me, not the thing on the screen. Just me, because I'm the best. Yes, I'm the best puppy in the history of puppies. You didn't even have to bark at anything today. No. Since it's Saturday, no evil vacuum. No, on Thursday, he definitely made the evil vacuum go away. Yes, you only barked at it for like 10 minutes and it went away. Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, I have to remember Tuesday the elevators won't be working. Damn. Do I have to do anything Tuesday? I don't think so. I think I'm okay, but I should remember that. They're doing generator testing, so they have to cycle it. So there's a notice saying the elevators will intermittently not be working. They were supposed to do this last week. Don't know what delayed it. Probably the wiring sucking. Or the fact that the fire alarm system malfunctioned. Maybe they had to take care of that first, you know? That apparently is working again. I still want to know if the fire department fined them and how much. Actually, I know that the fire department fined them. I just want to know how much. But that's not public record. Now, I am willing to bet I can get somebody on staff to tell me. Because I'm willing to bet it's quite a substantial fine when your fire alarm goes off for a legit reason. There was a small fire. The problem was the fire department showed up. They have the master key to turn the alarm off. They're the only ones who can. So they tried to turn it off, and it didn't go off. They wound up having to turn the power off to the whole building for like 5 minutes to make it stop. And then day after next, it was intermittently being tested all day after repairs. How about that? But yeah, an actual fire and the fire department's here and your fire alarm system is in some way broken. Ha 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 ha. Start adding zeros to a check. Right, puppy? Yeah. Yeah, that's how that works. See, he's pretending he can't hear me because then I can't put him down. He's staring directly at the ducks, by the way. That's what he's looking at right now. That's why his head is backwards over my arm, because he's staring at the ducks, hoping I will turn a little bit so he'll be close enough to grab one, because that's what he wants. So if ever you would like to sponsor a duck and save it from my dog, right, Bo? I should never have let him eat the one that I couldn't show on screen. Now he's got a taste for it. Yes, it's all my fault. Okay. Now go to your puppy bed. No ducks for you. The man in black slowed down, becoming almost lazy in his movements. He clutched my wrists and lifted my arms, towering over me, on his knees, observing my breasts, satisfied and trim. Is he gonna come on her face? Because I. Ugh. Oh, I was close. Come on my belly. I want to see it. I breathed, exhausted. Just, ladies, does anybody actually like having a guy come on them? Do you ever actually want to see it? Is this just me being an extreme lesbian? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. It just doesn't compute. It doesn't compute. But they used the wrong spelling of cum, so it's going on the list. Massimo smiled and tightened his grip on my wrists. No, he replied, and picking up the pace, pushing wildly again. Okay, so no, he's not gonna. A while later. Please define a while later. I felt him spilling inside me with a warm wave. That's also something I'm very curious about because I've never had unprotected sex with a guy. So, like, can you actually feel when they finish? Is this a real thing? Or is this just a made up thing? Because I've always kind of felt like it's a made up thing. I froze. He knew I wasn't using birth control. He didn't stop coming for a long time. Again, something I don't think is real. And they spelled it wrong again. Just leaving it in there now. Not a fan. Yeah, seriously. Like, why? Because in my head, 1, you. 2, I don't need to see that. And 3, you're making a mess. I don't want to clean it up, you know? But at least Book is addressing the subject of birth control. So we'll see how this goes, because apparently she's not on any, and he's clearly not using a condom. By the way, are we worried about, like, chlamydia or AIDS or anything here? Because neither of these people has said that they're clean. I mean, she spent like 4 days unconscious before waking up, so he could have had her all the tested before that, but that doesn't mean he's. Usually too occupied to pay attention. Hey, get yours, girl. Get yours. Get it good. Get it how you like it, and never apologize. Ugh. He didn't stop coming for a long time, fighting me as I thrashed wildly to escape his sweet seed. That's a sentence that exists. So we've gotten like consensual, not consensual, consensual, not consensual, really not consensual. I frantically tried to gather my thoughts. I wanted to wrest myself from under him, but his weight didn't let me move. I have to point out, she has like a ton of unsupervised time away from him. Pharmacies exist. Morning after pill exists. I'm sure she could swing it. Massimo, what the hell are you doing? I asked, furious. You know I don't use pills. There are other forms of birth control, by the way. He laughed and propped his head on his hands, staring at me as I jerked and fought. You're right. You can't trust those pills. But you have a contraceptive implant, see? Saying that, he touched inside my left bicep. There was a short tube barely visible under my skin. What? I know where this is about to go. I should have seen this. How we'll get there. Let me get there, and then I have issues, okay? We're gonna talk about this. He let me go, and I realized he wasn't joking. When you were asleep that first night, I ordered it implanted. I didn't want to risk anything. It'll work for 3 years, but you can remove it after the first. He explained with a smile. Okay, I have so many questions, and there's so much bullshit going on. I don't know what the exact process of putting those implants in is. True. I don't know exactly which one they're talking about. There's like 3 or 4 implantable options. But I know they all like leave a bit of a scar because they usually go like right here. I don't know if there's one that's just like in straight injectable, like they made them that small now. It's possible. But usually there's a bit of a scar, so there would be stitches at least. How do you not notice this? He had this done like on somewhere between 10 days and 2 weeks ago. How the fuck do you not notice? For several reasons. One, there's a foreign object in your body, and it's in a visible place. It's like right here. This is a visible place, and she never wears anything with sleeves. So how did she not see the thing in her arm? If it's, she just said, it's visible directly under her skin. She can see it. Looking in the mirror, how did you not see this? 2, how did you not feel it? Because I would imagine your arm's kind of sore for a little while. 3, it is hormone based. You're going to feel things with that. You're going to feel it. Like, it is impossible that he had this done, and until this moment, she doesn't know. Like, also, like, depending on history, you have to be very aware when you first do, like, things like that, because if you react badly to it, it goes very badly very quickly. And with an implant, obviously it's not that easy to take it out. It's not like the pill and you can just stop taking it. It's a little more complicated than that. And, like, he doesn't know her history. Because he said on the first, like, day, like, that he didn't know she had a heart condition. That's what the mystery pills are supposedly for. Even though he said it once, she never acknowledged it, and we don't know what the supposed heart condition is or what the meds are. Because, God forbid, you include important details like that. Local numbing, slight incision, could use a sterile strip. Also, she was asleep for God knows how long. This is true. This is true. We don't actually know how long she was asleep, so it could have been long enough to heal. Because, yeah, there would definitely be a point of entry of some kind, whether that's like 2, 3 stitches or 1, I don't know, but there would be a mark. And it would take a significant amount of time to heal, and it would probably be a little sore for a couple days. But, yeah, so if she slept long enough for that to fully heal, I mean, fully. I mean, God, I have a scar on the back of my hand right now. You can't really read it on camera, but there's a scar right there. That is like almost a year old, and it still hasn't faded. Now, I'm told that's because I'm old, but, you know, scars don't fade the way they did when you're little, but there's no way in hell. Ugh. But, hey, do we give props for at least admitting that birth control exists and using it? Like, I don't know. Couldn't have any form of birth control, any hormones made me manic. Yeah, I'm in that club. I didn't get manic, but I got the hysterical bawling your eyes out for literally no reason. And it got to the point where it's happening 30, 40 times a day. I was getting like dangerously dehydrated, no joke, just from the crying. And it was literally for no reason. I could just be sitting watching TV and I'm perfectly happy. Emotionally, I'm perfectly calm and stable, but I am bawling my eyes out as if like all my pets just died at once. And the most embarrassing thing was it was happening in public because I hate crying, period. So anything that makes me cry, you are of the devil and you need to get out of my life. But B, crying in public is the absolute worst. My version of hell is crying in public. And I was going to school at the time, so I was spending 2-3 hours on the bus every day. And I would start bawling on the bus. And then people ask you what's wrong. And it's very weird to say nothing is wrong. But I'm bawling hysterically and I can't stop. But I'm fine, really. God, thankfully the second I stopped taking the pills, like the next day it was like half as bad, and within a week it was gone. But never, ever, 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 ever again. That was the first time I saw him smile like that. It didn't change the fact that I was livid. Satisfied, but livid nonetheless. Yeah, I'd be looking for something to slit his throat with. But I would have offed him the first night because I know how to take the safety off a gun. Will you get off me? I asked, looking at him dispassionately. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it for a while yet. It would be hard to fuck you from a distance. Oh, so he's saying he's going for round 2? Massimo retorted, biting my lip. When I saw your face for the first time, I didn't desire you. I was terrified by that vision. But with time, when your portraits were all around my house, I began to notice the details of your soul, based on paintings that I had made by God knows who, based on my descriptions of a woman I saw in a vision. Just in case we need to be reminded, this guy is fucking insane, by the way. He's completely fucking cracked. So how much resemblance the woman that he has kidnapped actually bears to whatever he saw in his head? I mean, other people have said that the portraits apparently do bear more than a passing resemblance to her, but you and I are so alike, Laura, he said, kissing me softly. I kept still, looking into his eyes and feeling the anger leave me. Again, not how women work. I adored it when he was open with me. It didn't come easy to him, and I appreciated the effort. Does this not feel like several chapters were cut out? Like, again, we're not here yet. Nothing has happened to earn this moment of him not being an asshole for 1 second and her going, oh, see, when he acts like a real guy, even though he's refusing to get off me and still has his dick inside me and I don't want it, and I didn't want him to come inside me, and he put something in my body without my consent or knowledge somehow. But now they're supposed to have this cutesy moment of like, oh, when he smiles at me and I can't be angry and blah, oh, kill me. Like, CW TV in the late 90s was written better than this, and that sucked. Like, the only good thing on Smallville was Michael Rathbone, the guy who played Lex Luthor. Let's just say there's an episode in like season 1 where he's tied up and like shirtless, and let's just say, you know, good ideas came from that. His hips started to gently move. Yep, here we go. He's going for round 2, even though she said get off me, so we have no question of consent. It's not. I felt him getting harder inside me again. He kept kissing my face and talking. That first night I watched you until the sun came up. I could feel your scent, the heat of your body. You were alive, real, and you were right there next to me. I couldn't believe it. Do we think he fucked her while she was unconscious for several days? Because I think he did. I had this irrational fear that when I came back, he wouldn't be there anymore. His voice grew sad and apologetic. He's getting sad and apologetic while he's fucking her again. This is not the weirdest sex I've ever known about, but it's getting there. I mean, hell, I knew a guy once that the thing he wanted more than anything, and this is the reason we weren't, let's just say he didn't have that many appointments. He liked to be watched on cam jerking off while being told how small and unsatisfactory his equipment was, shall we say. Particularly with a lot of high-pitched female laughing going on. Why this was his fantasy, I have no idea. It worked for him, and that's all I needed to know. But not something that I enjoyed. But it is one where I've always been like, part of me wants to know how you get there. Because like, if anything is like just not my thing and I won't put up with, It's anything like degrading, disrespectful, humiliating. That's why I have like a lengthy list of names you're not allowed to call me. Oh, and especially in the like late 90s, early 2000s when like slut was the big word. Every time I would tell somebody like don't call me a slut, don't like it. And they'd be like, "Oh, you're just inexperienced. You don't know what it really means. It's a compliment." And I'm like, "Okay, what part of don't call me that do you not fucking understand? I don't care what your warped interpretation is." Ugh. How to tell when somebody's not worth your time. His voice grew sad and apologetic, as if he wanted me to know that keeping me here against my will didn't bring him any joy, because it's been so confining and restricting, and I'm sorry, you could easily like if they had like vaguely stated that he kidnapped her, you'd never know. If you skipped like one page in this, you'd never know that she's being held captive in any way. But the truth was that if not for the fear, I would have slipped away at the first opportunity. No, you wouldn't, because you could have several times and made no attempt. His hips picked up their pace and his arms wound around me, tightening, and I could feel his skin burning up, beading with sweat. I didn't want to listen anymore. It made me remember that all of what was happening was not what I had wanted. Girl, you wanted some of it. I couldn't help but think just how cruel, brutal, and ruthless the man in black could be. Why are we doing this calling him by two names things? And it's on the same fucking page. Again, stupid. Not that he had ever been like that to me. What? Hold on. Whoa. 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 I couldn't help but think how cruel, brutal, and ruthless the man in black could be. Not that he'd ever been like that to me, but I had seen what he was capable of. Okay, let's go down the list. Barging into the change room to yell at her for trying on a thong after taking her to a place to try on a thong and slamming her head into the mirror for no fucking reason. How about every time he's grabbed? How about coming inside her like 10 seconds ago when she was fighting and thrashing and didn't want him to and said get off me and don't. Uh, how about every time he's grabbed her by the hair or yanked her somewhere or the on the plane with the rough like going down on her that was unwanted supposedly. The number of times he has been brutal and violent with her. Like, are the mystery pills just roofies? Is she just really fucked up like constantly? Like, because we know she drinks like 2 bottles of champagne a day. I'm surprised they're not drinking right now. But is it just fucking roofies so she doesn't remember anything? Is he making her have the memory of a goldfish? Those thoughts made my head flood with anger again. His moving body was getting on my nerves, causing the fury in me to rise. She's gone through like 10 emotions in like a paragraph and a half. Massimo pulled back for a second and looked me in the eyes. What he saw made him freeze. What's happening, Laura? He asked, his eyes searching for an answer in mine. You don't want to know. Now get off me already. I jerked, trying to escape his clutch, but he didn't budge. His eyes were cold again. The dawn had returned, and fighting him made no sense at all. Is this guy schizophrenic with a split personality? I want to be on top, I said through clenched teeth, grabbing his buttocks. Okay, so you went from get off me to I want to be on top. Girl, you cracked. The man in black watched my face for a while longer, finally wrapping his arms around my waist and turning us over, never slipping out of me. He reclined, lifting his arms, just like I had a while ago. I'm all yours, he whispered, closing his eyes. I don't know what made you so angry, but if you need some control over me to calm down, here you go. Added opening why. The gun is in the drawer on the left, the safety's off. There's no way this is a real gun, or it's not loaded. I'm telling, it's a plastic gun filled with tequila. It's not like we're supposed to take this seriously as real. How am I not supposed to think this is all fucking staged within the context of the book? He's giving her a loaded gun because, honey, I'm blowing your brains from here to there, and then I will shoot whoever else I have to get out of here. You know, a friend of mine asked me once if I ever thought that if it came down to it, if I really had to, if you're in that situation, could you kill somebody else? Let's say, could you shoot somebody in defense of your own life? I have no hesitation saying yes. I never have. Do not understand people that are like, no, I could absolutely never kill anybody. And I'm like, yeah, given the right circumstances, you could. Slowly, I rose above him, falling back down onto his hard cock. What he said had amused me, but at the same time, I grew disoriented. I was still, I was still angry too. I clamped my right hand over his cheeks like a vice grip, and squeezed hard. His eyes stayed closed, but he started to clench and unclench his jaw. Satisfied, I lifted myself and slid right back down, letting him slide deeper inside. I wanted him to know what I felt. I needed to punish him for everything. Okay, you just said he's never done anything like cruel or brutal to you, and now you're punishing him for what? Like, girl, you were just as cracked as he is. I swear to God, they're both nuts. I wanted to punish him for everything, hurt him, and I only knew one way to do that. This is going to get really stupid. And again, just go for the gun. Pistol whip him. That'll work. I bet he likes it. A lot. Do we want to take a guess on what the one way is? And now I have that song in my head. I pushed myself up, and when he felt what I was doing, he opened his eyes. I shot him a warning glare and went to find the bathrobe by the door. His seed was dripping down my legs. I dragged my fingers through it, gathering some of the sticky cum. Hey, they spelled it right! They spelled it right! They get a point! That officially makes it 2-8. And licked it off my finger. Genuinely gagging. Genuinely gagging. Not good. Keeping my eyes trained on the man in black, his prick started to throb. I'm really not okay. This is not okay. You're sweet. Ow, my stomach. I said, licking my lips. Want to try. I'm not a fan of my own taste, so I'm going to have to pass. He replied, disgusted. I'm with him on this one. Stood up, I ordered, sitting astride him. Calmly, Massimo did as he was told, crossing his arms behind his back, as if knowing what I was about to do. Are you sure about this? He asked me in a tone more serious than normal. Is it putting the gun in his mouth and blowing his brains out so I don't have to read any more of this, please? I chose to ignore his question and tied his hand so hard he hissed with pain. Okay, you're not getting a tie that tight out of a fucking terry cloth bathrobe. Then I pushed him on the bed and reached out to the drawer to the left, pulling out the gun. Shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him, shoot him. The man in black didn't even flinch because it's not loaded. He pinned me with a stare that said, I know you wouldn't dare. Also, again, there's no way in fucking hell this is a real loaded gun. No fucking way. He was right, of course. I wasn't brave enough to do it, but I also didn't want it. I rummaged through the drawer again, but didn't find what I was looking for. I reached for another one, and bingo. I pulled out a sleeping mask. Now we're doing this. Now we're doing this. This is gonna be stupid. Now we're going to have some fun, Don Massimo, I purred, putting the mask over his eyes. Before I begin, remember, if you don't like something, you have to tell me. Do it so I believe you. No, I don't think I'll listen anyway. See, at least she's being honest by saying, I don't give a fuck. I mean, he pretended he would stop and then he didn't, so I have no problem with this except for all of the problems. He knew I was mocking him and it elicited a smile on his face. He reclined his head on the pillow, making himself comfortable. You've kidnapped me, kept me against my will, and threatened my family. Allegedly and theoretically. At this point, all that's theoretical because neither of them act like it. I said, clamping my hand on his cheeks again. Like, seriously, if she had like an ankle monitor or something on or something, like, we don't know that he didn't also have like an RFID chip installed somewhere in her body without her knowledge at the same time as the birth control. We don't know that. That could be revealed later. You've taken from me everything I had. No, he brought all your stuff. It's all here. And even though I find you irresistible, I still hate you, Don Massimo. Was somebody watching 10 Things I Hate About You while writing this? Because it sounds very 10 Things I Hate About You. I want you to know how it feels to do things you don't want to do. Well, I can't deny that that has happened to her. It's been very not the way she's making it sound. I pulled my hand away, but only to strike him with an open palm. His head jerked to the side, and I heard him swallowing loudly. You know he loves this. You absolutely know he loves this. Yep. Again, he hissed through clenched teeth. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Who remembers season 2 of Rome? Augustus. Well, he became Augustus. I think he's Octavian when he started or something, or he became Caesar Augustus. They had to recast him for season 2 because he started having like sex scenes, and the actor playing him as a child was a child. He was only like 14, so they had to recast with an adult. They got a pretty good match. Like both actors did well. I was sad to see the child actor go though, but you know, they had to age up the character to follow history. Not sure how old Augustus actually was when he became Caesar. I think he was younger than depicted in the show. Because in the show he would have been like 24. I think he was younger than that. What I did and the reaction I got were working me up. I grabbed his chin. I decide when I do that, I replied. Then I slid up, my wet clit hovering above his head. Suck it, I said, brushing it against his lips, and now she's sitting on his face, which again, I'm sure he's very happy. I knew he wouldn't be happy about having to taste himself, but that was the only reason I decided to do this in the first place. When he didn't react, I lowered my moist pussy to his mouth, making him feel the taste that so disgusted him. This is gross on so very, 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 very many levels. Hey, why didn't somebody tell me it's 13 after 9? I should be halfway to drunk by now. I will also remind everybody that making me chug a glass is a, at this point, compassionate option. What should we toast to tonight? I got it. 2 kitties. He had no choice. A couple of seconds passed and I felt his tongue caressing inside me. How long is this guy's tongue? He lifted his chin and moved towards my clit. I moaned and propped my forehead against the wall behind the bed. He was too good at this. It only took him a while to take me to the brink of orgasm. I lifted myself on my knees and glanced down. He was licking me off his lips, purring quietly. That part of the punishment was clearly to his liking. Madden like 5 for copying 50 Shades, by the way. I slid down over his torso and abdomen, finally feeling him entering my snatch. That's on the burn list. Burn list. Dripping with his saliva, his cock hard and thick. By the way, we've read like 8 or 9. Hey, we read this is page 10, and it's been one long sex scene. Like, I've written a couple of sex scenes for my novel now, which I've shopped around because they're vanilla and straight, so I need help. But none of them are 10 pages long. Should I extend mine, or is this just way too much? Like, one of them somebody did say was a little fast, and I do plan to draw it out. For those in the know, it's the one after the police scene. Which I did know that is a little on the short side. It was me being not trusting myself and inexperienced. But I still like what's there, though. And in the wider context, there's more context to it in the wider context, because that's words. Again, haven't eaten a thing today, so wine probably going straight to my head. Too much. It is too much. Like, this is like 4 different scenes in one. Like, also, the amount of time this takes place over, like, I'm sorry, even when I'm really horny, I'm not horny for that long. Like, one of my favorite Dennis Leary quotes, I love both his books, especially the audiobooks, because it's him reading it, and they're really great. If anyone wants free copies, I will send to you. But one of the things he says is he's talking about how a singer, Sting, who's in whatever band, talked about, like, having tantric sex with his wife for, like, 8 hours. And Dennis Leary correctly said, like, the only way my wife would be interested in my expressing love for her physically for 8 hours is if we had sex for 30 minutes and the other 7 hours and 30 minutes involved me cleaning the house very, very quietly. Like, yep, 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 accurate. His cock was hard and thick and fit my pussy perfectly. Again, he has magic penis. We've established this. I moaned, wrapped my arms around his back, and sat him up. I could feel him helping me, knowing that I wouldn't be able to pull him towards me on my own. Grabbing the headboard, I pulled us closer to the padding on the wall and leaned his back over it. I loved this position. Is this headboard like 6 inches high? And there's a wall behind it. How are you leaning back over? Again, authors, get some freaking dolls and play it out. This doesn't work. Hi, puppy. Hi, do you want to be a puppy? Come on. Oh, hi, we do want to be a puppy. And hi, and it's a puppy. And hi. See, he saw all the people coming in and then was like, hi, new people. You need to know that I'm a puppy and love me and pet me. Hi, Persnickety, you've missed nothing. We've been in the sex scene that won't end. It's over 10 pages long. It's gone from consensual to not, to yes, to no, to extremely no, to extremely more no, to I don't know anymore. But it's a 10-page sex scene that is still going. Yeah, footboard would be short like that, but she said headboard. Yeah, she did. She very much did. She very, very much did. We've already had 2 burnings. We're about to have another burning. Hello, Nightwolf! Oh, look at the puppy. Look at the puppy. Look at him. Look at how sweet he is. Yes, we have the puppy and we have Wolfie over my shoulder. Everyone got a proper shout out. All the ducks. Hi. Hi, baby. You're such a baby. But I've had to suffer through multiple blowjob scenes already tonight, and you're licking when I have makeup on. You thought you were going to get away with that because I was talking to the screen, didn't you? Yes. I wasn't misbehaving. I wasn't doing that. I didn't do that. You didn't see it. I know. You just want to say I love you. I know. You're just being affectionate. I know. I know, you little baby, little squidgy baby. Yes, you squidgy baby, and I love you so much. Yeah, I love you so much. Good squidgy baby. Yes, a good squidgy baby. Oh, yes, he's so good. We did indeed have 2 burnings on one page, which is, I believe, a channel first. Bo has suffered through all of this too. He has indeed. Oh, I am not nearly drunk enough, so reminders that we have ducks. Let me do my second roll call shout out because I'm trying to do 3 thing. Don't ask me why, but it makes my brain stop itching. So we have our painted ducks at our $10 sponsorship tier. These are all of them. Oh, I forgot to say earlier, please, if you are sponsoring a painted duck, please specify which painted duck. Please don't just say painted duck because then I don't know and my brain will hurt. So if you sponsor a painted duck, please specify which duck you would like and what you would like to name it, or if you would like me to name it. I do enjoy naming the ducks, but it's your duck. You can do whatever you like. So these are the last 6 ducks, and then we get new ducks, and I break out my paints again. I've got some ideas up here for painting some ducks. You know, it's got to be the right shape of duck, but I've got ideas. For 25, we have handcuffs. Key in here. Yes, these are real police handcuffs. Yes, they are real. And for $25, I will wear them for the rest of the evening. For $50, and this is now officially my personal favorite tonight because I've had to read multiple blowjob and cum eating scenes, both of which definitely would have made me puke. I'm starting to think that not eating on Saturdays really is the right option because at least then I can't throw up. So there is that, but I've had to read multiple of them, okay? I need hazard pay or at least booze. So for $50, you can make me chug this. I will refill it to a more acceptable level. And for 100, since it's early in the evening, I will put on the spiked bra for the rest of the evening. And there's still enough left of the evening that it will be very, very uncomfortable by the end. But the cups and the chugging are top of the list tonight, especially the drinking, which there will be more of, but I'm trying not to overload my stomach. Oh, we've also had entries on the cum versus cum tally because it's still getting it wrong more than it's getting it right. I'm still using both on the same page. How do you use COME and CUM for the exact same thing, but on the same page and multiple times throughout this extremely long scene, but you're going back and forth? Like, I just want to know what was the decision for when to use which one? Because there doesn't seem to be any kind of rhyme or reason to it. I pulled us closer to the padding on the wall and leaned his back over it. Does that just mean the wall is padded? I loved this position. It gave me absolute control over my partner, at the same time allowing for very deep penetration. Not if you're sitting on his lap, not really. I grabbed Massimo by the hair and slowly started to rub my clit against his belly. Again, try this with dolls. His penis rose gently inside me, and I pushed it against it faster and harder. I fucked him, holding him by the hair with one hand and by the throat with the other. Massimo was breathing heavily. I could feel him edging closer to the end. I slapped him once more. Come, I said, and hit him again. She's spelling it wrong now. It turned me on so much I felt myself starting to climax, but I didn't want that yet. When a second later the man in black filled me to the brim, letting out a mighty roar. Oh, also to everyone in the chat, we also discovered that during the indeterminate length of time when she was unconscious when he first kidnapped her, he had a birth control implant put into her arm that 2 weeks later she only became aware of when he literally showed it to her. She somehow didn't notice that an implant that she says can be seen just under her skin had been put in her arm. She never noticed for 2 weeks. No, she didn't last 10 days before screwing the violent murdering kidnapper. Nope. Nope, and he gave in. No, I don't think thought and decision went into this. Somebody decided to publish this, and then somebody else said, let's spend a couple $1,000,000. I'm guessing the movies didn't have a fantastically high budget, even though they're on Netflix, and Netflix spends money like a drunken CEO at a strip club. But I'm willing to bet the movies didn't have the highest budget. I'm guessing they were each made, there is 3 of them. I'm guessing they were each made for under 5 million, honestly. The Man in Black, yes, Johnny Cash. And also, I hate that she keeps calling him, she bounces between calling him Massimo and Man in Black. Girl, pick one. Yes, I don't care that he's dead. Also, have you seen Johnny Cash's appearances in Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman? He's awesome. And June Carter Cash is in that too. The kid who played Brian, Sean Tooby, has talked a lot about meeting Johnny Cash and how cool he was, and he was great to all the kids on set and was like teaching them how to play the guitar and was just like completely down to earth, and and he's like, I learned things from that guy, and I still use it. And this is 20 years later. This is the kid's all grown up. He's an adult now, and hello, Ryan. Uh, let out a mighty roar, which I'm never going to stop laughing at. I felt his arms wrapping themselves around me, pressing me against him. He tore off the sleeping mask and kissed me greedily. Is this their actual first kiss? It might be. He moved his hands over my ass and rocked my hips gently. I don't want to come yet. Oh, that's 2. We're now at 10 to 2. I whispered, trying to catch my breath. I know, he replied, moving my hips faster. How much longer can this scene go on? Jesus fucking Christ! Wait, I was supposed to burn something. Okay, it ends on the next page, then I will go back and... What were we supposed to burn? There was a burn me word. What was it? Oh, it was snatch. That's what it was. Wait, where was it? Still not sure why she didn't go for the gun and just blow his brains out, because that's what I would have done, but that's me. Thank you. Okay, where did it go? Why do I keep losing things I need to burn? The hell? Yes, I know we need to burn the entire book. We're going to. Trust me, it'll get there. I swear I'm gonna pull up like a PDA copy so I can just search it when I lose my place for something that I need to burn. Damn it! I can't find it. Alright, I'm just gonna burn it on a random place. But it pisses me off that I lost that. I know, he replied, moving my hips faster. Hit me, he hissed. With the mask off when he could see me clearly, I was suddenly afraid to do it. Fucking hit me, he roared, and I slapped him again. Again, this is like directly from that scene in Rome. As my hand connected with his face, I felt a tsunami wave of orgasm rolling over me. I wasn't able to move anymore. My whole body was spasming, and with every muscle taut and hard as steel. Massimo was impaling me on himself, hard and fast, until I grew limp and collapsed into his arms in a heap. As we sat in silence, he stroked my back very gently. When did you free your hands? I asked, sitting, my face resting on his shoulder. As soon as you were done with the tying, he replied. Well, duh, you tied him up with a terry club like, bath tie. Like, it's gonna fall off on its own. You're not particularly good at this, Laura. I, on the other hand, am something of an expert at tying and untying. So why didn't you use your hands earlier? I knew something I did or said angered you, so I decided to allow you to blow off some steam. I was certain you wouldn't do me any harm. You missed me, remember? Oh, God, he said, pushing himself to his feet with me still wrapped around him. That's a hell of a magic trick. Kissing me on the lips, cheeks, and hair, he carried me to the bathroom. He put me down in the shower and turned the water on. We should go lie down, he said, spreading soap over my skin. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow. I can't deny I'd rather keep fucking you until the morning, but evidently you haven't used that sweet pussy for some time, and I think it's had enough for now. So confirm that the prior relationship was dead, he said, delicately washing me, trailing his hand between my legs. You're very aggressive. It turns you on, baby girl. Burn, doesn't it? All right, so we at least got another burn, though I'm still mad that I cannot find the previous one. His hand stopped and his eyes pierced me. I just like rough sex, I replied, grabbing him by the testicles. Okay, this I approve of, but girl, I am all for rough sex. You just don't know what you're doing. What you do in bed is a kind of game. You can be whoever you want and do whatever you want. Within reason, of course. I continued fondling his balls, but only a bit of fun, not a matter of life and death. We'll be happy together, Laura. You'll see, he said, kissing me on the forehead. I know. Girl, persnickety, you missed so much. So much. All right, I'm having one last speed look for the other offensive word because it annoys me. Nope. Why do I get word blindness sometimes, I swear? You see me when I'm trying to do connections on New York Times website. Doesn't always go so well. At least we got one. And then I'm just going to burn a random spot over here for the word I missed. So this one's for the word I missed. It does like to catch. Okay, I think I'm going to probably hold this more from the top because it's on the very bottom. It's on the very bottom line over here. Wow, that feels warm. All right, this one's Baby Girl. Ha! Did it without setting the book on fire. Ha! Getting better. Oh, got ashes in my eye. Uh-oh. Yeah. Okay, I burned a hole through a couple of pages. I'm just going to say we got the word. Now to the chapter. So we're obliged to stretch. We are like 40 minutes behind. This is why we never make page count on this book. Because it is so awful and must be reminded that it is so awful all of the time. Oh, but also for everyone that came in late, the votes are overwhelmingly for the mirrored wine glass, so that is what we shall soon acquire. It'll take a couple weeks to get here, but it's in the works. It's in the process of arriving, and then we will date. Oh. The other thing we were talking about, because it has only been like, depending how you interpret it, it's been, well, I don't know. He could eventually say to her, like, you know, you think you've only been with me for 3 weeks, but it's been 6 months, because, you know, he keeps drugging her, and then there's time jumping, so we're not exactly sure of that. But from what we can piece together, it has only been about 2 weeks. And again, I'm under the impression, since this is called 365 days, that it takes place over an entire fucking year. Because I'm pretty sure the next one is called, like, the next 365 days, meaning it's a second year. But there's only, like, 180 pages of this left. And we're on page 145. I don't know how that's going to work. Unless there's a really big time jump in between the books. Which, again, for lazy hackneyed writing, that would work. Nastarovia. Mm. Mm, mm, mm. The owl. I heard it. Oh, I think it's a little early tonight. But it does get dark at like 4:30 right now, so. To an owl, it's probably like, hey, longer hunting hours. And I'm sure with all the bushes and stuff in the courtyard, it's got tons of mice and stuff to go after. I will say, one good thing I can say about this building, never had a problem with mice or bugs. So, props for that. Still looking to move as soon as possible. It is on my to-do list this year. I have no idea how I'm going to accomplish it or what that's going to look like, but I want the fuck out of here. I've had it on so many levels. I didn't even tell anyone. Here's what's going on this week with this fucked up place. Like 3 years ago, when they redid the lobby for the second time for no fucking reason, they put it in a parcel room that is so poorly designed they can't lock it because Canada Post has to go through it to get to the actual mailboxes, and they can't deny them access because originally it was supposed to be a locked parcel room. that like only the tenants would have the key to because there's an issue of parcels being left in the lobby and being stolen. Duh. So they put in this parcel room, which is now only led to packages being left on the floor of the parcel room and being stolen from there multiple times, including a couple from me. But they put in these lockers from a company called Parcel Pending. And when they originally went in, a letter went around to everybody saying this is a paid service, and they wanted like $90 a month to rent these lockers to put your parcels in. Naturally, nobody signed up for this because fuck you. But on my idiot fucking building, in their never-ending quest to be criminal extortionists, have now ordered Amazon, etc., because the rule always was that Amazon, etc., is not supposed to leave parcels in that room because of the stealing, and because you don't know that it's there, because they don't leave a sticky note or anything, you don't know. So Amazon is always delivered to the door, as with every other fucking building in the history of ever. However, Idiot Building has recently told Amazon, etc., to stop delivering to the door and leave everything in the parcel room because they are literally trying to force every single tenant to sign up for one of those lockers. They're now claiming there's no charge to do so. However, if a package is left in a locker for more than 48 hours, they do intend to charge a fee for that. That's the definition of extortion. You want to force me to use your stupid locker that I don't want and that there is no point in having. You're preventing Amazon from delivering to my door, which is what they're supposed to do. And then you want to charge me money to get my fucking mail out of a locker that you're demanding that I use? And who do we think owns Parcel Pending? Oh yeah, the company that manages this building. Idiot in the office who told me all this because we're talking about, by the way, since they moved my mailbox from being on the floor to my actual, like, not parcel mailbox, actual, like, real mail, Canada Post mailbox that was on very low and they moved it up higher finally, I haven't gotten a single piece of my mail since. Now, granted, we had a postal strike for like 9 weeks. But both before that and that's been over for several weeks now, so mail is back to normal. I have not gotten a single piece of my mail. So I don't think they legitimately changed it at all. An idiot in the office who I know told me that for it to be changed over, I had to go down to the lobby whenever the postal supervisor for the area, because they're the only ones with the authority, was here, that I had to go down, meet them, show my ID, and sign something letting them move the mailbox because it is actually a legal matter. When I said this to her and pointed out that that never actually happened, she just called me and told me it had been moved. She's all of a sudden going, "Oh, I never told you that. I didn't say that." Yes, you fucking did. How would that even be in my head unless you told it to me? But yes, you fucking said it, you dumbass fucking cunt. And I will call her that because all she does is lie. She lies constantly and her story changes every time you talk to her. She does nothing but lie and make excuses. I don't know what the hell she's actually here for. She doesn't know the first thing about managing. She doesn't manage anything. She doesn't seem to do anything at all. But she's the one who told me about the parcel room because I was asking about a package that hadn't arrived. And it's like, you can't do this shit. And I'm like, you know you're breaking the law by interfering with like mail delivery, right? And she's like, well, yeah, the building, they're not sure if they're going to go through with it anymore because some people had some questions. Because it's illegal, you dumbass! And then when I said that to her, she's like, well, do you know which law? Do you know what law that's under? Go fuck yourself. How about that? Like, I did send them an email saying stop immediately, and if you prevent Amazon from delivering to my door, I'm informing Canada Post on you because you are breaking the law. Because I have no way of knowing if a package for me gets left in the parcel room. The odds of it being stolen are really high, and the only place to leave it is on the floor. So if my back is mad at me that day, I can't bend down to the floor. And what if it's something heavy? How am I supposed to get that upstairs by myself? Like, and who the fuck are you to tell Amazon not to deliver to my door? Because I'm sorry, the address on my package says my apartment number. It doesn't say parcel room in the lobby. So, yeah. Mission this year is get the fuck out of this building. I have no idea if GoFundMe works in Canada, but I am seriously considering finding out. See, this This is why I need all of the alcohol tonight. Chapter 9. When I opened my eyes, the soft light fell into the room through the closed blinds. I was alone in the immense bed, which still smelled of sex. Thinking of last night made me sweat. I didn't know if it had been a good decision, if I should have done it. But it had happened, and mulling it over wouldn't change anything. The fact was, I really had been missing Massimo. You missed the guy who took you hostage like 10 days ago. Hi, puppy. You're a puppy. See the ear? See the ears? You want up? Yes, you do. Come on. All right. Oh, yes. Okay. Yes. Hi. You're a puppy. Hi. He's stuck in my shirt. Okay. Okay. Tame your feet. Okay. You cannot just melt. Puppy, you can't just melt, okay? I need to tuck your feet somewhere. He's just going, nope, I've melted. You're never allowed to move me. I've melted, and all of my feet are. Look at this. Look at this. Look at. He's just hanging. All the feet. He's just hanging. He doesn't care at all. Okay, you're going on the desk. Okay, I will sit you on the desk, and you can be petted. Where are your feet? Do we have all of your feet? Okay, let's make sure we have all the feet. Yes, there we go. All the paws. Tuck in the puppy. I'll push the keyboard back. I know. I know. Yes, I'm just a terrible mommy for not just dropping everything and just cuddling for like the 5th time. Ugh. Sup, wolf? Yeah, he thinks he's a wolf. He really does. Sometimes, right? Sometimes. Sometimes you think you're very impressive. The fact was, I really had been missing Massimo, and what he had done by saving my life showed me just how important I was to him. When did he save her life? Did I miss this? As long as somebody was treating me like I wanted, like a princess, someone valuable and important. See, I have been saying this whole time, this is a dark princess fantasy. That's what this is. It's like, you know, yeah, it's so at least book seems like almost self-aware at times, but I stayed in bed for a while trying to figure out why I'd lost it yesterday. And I realized that the only thing that had ticked me off in this situation was that Massimo had threatened my family. I tried explaining his behavior by the fact that I would have escaped him if he hadn't made that threat, which would make it impossible for him to get to know me better. Why do you care? This was confusing. I shook my head, chasing away all the thoughts too gloomy for this time of day. Like, so if he hadn't threatened her family, she'd be okay by being taken captive by him because he treats her like a princess and the sex is pretty good. The door swung open and Massimo greeted me with a smile. He was wearing white knee-length shorts and a white tank top. His feet were bare and his hair was wet. I softly seeing him and stretched out, kicking the sheets off with my feet. Puppy's like trying to go to sleep, but he keeps kicking. He walked over to the bed, sweeping me with his gaze. Sleeping seems to be your favorite thing, eh? Yeah, she spent more than half the book unconscious. Kissing me on the forehead. I put my arms up and stretched out some more of stench. Austin. Oh, I know this word, but my dyslexia is punching me in the face. Ostentatiously. There we go. Okay, sometimes you just gotta close your eyes for a sec. Ostentatiously flexing my body. I love to sleep, I replied, smiling. The man in black rolled over me, his hand on my hip, and smacked me on the ass. Holding me with one hand by the back of my neck, pushing my face into the pillow, he leaned over me and whispered in my ear, "You're provoking me again, baby girl. We're going to be playing with all the fire tonight." Well, he wasn't wrong there. The hand resting on my buttocks slid down, spreading my thighs. If they start doing it again, I swear to God. Ugh, his long, slender fingers slid inside me. Seriously, enough. What have you been thinking just now? You're wet, he said. I pushed my butt upward and his fingers started to move inside me. He stood, keeping his eyes on me, looking at his hand working in me. Oh, just that if not for that implant of yours, I would be ovulating now, and I would have been wet all day long, I said with a smile, rocking my hips. Massimo's expression changed. He was clearly pleased. I'd like to take my pants off and fuck you from behind, leaning you against that window, he said, pulling his fingers out. Then he pressed a button on the panel adjoining the bed and the room was flooded with light. So you could enjoy the view. But you're too swollen down there after our night. Yeah, because apparently she hadn't been getting any in a while, and, they were not exactly gentle. And, would any guy ever, I'm sorry, would he even know that she's, still recovering or care? Because I'm going with no and no. Besides, the guy that's supposed to teach us scuba diving is already here, so we don't have as much time as I would have wanted. He licked his fingers clean. Ew. Fabio brought him in too early. Come on. I guess we're learning scuba diving today because that's a thing. Oh, but we get to play with fire. Oh, oops. Puppy. This is why you're not allowed on the desk. You knock stuff down. Okay, puppy, I'm sorry, but this isn't working. You have ashes on you. Okay, come on. You're going back to your puppy bed. I know I'm the worst mommy. He's like, but I was sleepy. But mommy, I don't want to go to my bed. No, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. I want to go to my bed. No, I don't. I'm a baby. I'm a toddler. I'm a baby. I'm a baby puppy, yes. Okay. You go to your puppy bed and stay there. Okay? Naps. Now, what did you do? Ugh. There we go. Knocked my mouse puffball off. Nothing in this book seems aware of anything. Yeah, this is true. This is extremely true. Oh. Okay, need to wear a higher cut top. At least for the ashes. We're going to pour another glass, then we're going to play with fire. Perfect time if you want to make me down it in one. But for now, where was it? Where was it? It was on this page, I know it. There we go, I got it. For the 5th time tonight, which I think is also a book club record for one stream, playing with fire 5 times in one night. But 3, 2, 1, burn. Much better. And I didn't set the whole book on fire this time. I'm getting better. Someone's under his puppy bed. I know he's exhausted. Massimo snatched me from the bed and threw me over his shoulder. Oh yeah, I forgot to add 10 for blatantly stealing from 50 Shades. Not that that's a crime, but it does need to be kept track of. I'm amazed we've gotten this. We're 12 pages in and she hasn't fainted yet. Crossing the room, he grabbed the bathrobe and covered me with it and headed down the passageway as I wiggled in his grip, unable to stop laughing. We passed a series of identical doors and some surprised staff members. I don't know what Massimo's expression must have been as I dangled from his back, but I suspect it was as serious as it got. After a while, we reached my berth. Massimo put me down and tossed the bathrobe onto the bed. I think it, I think I'll give the staff a day off just so you can go around naked, he said, slapping my butt. There was a tray laden with food on the table, and next to it jugs of tea, cocoa, milk, and a bottle of Moet Rosé, because it's never too early in this book to start drinking champagne. Interesting choice for breakfast, I said, pouring myself some cocoa. I think champagne should become a staple of my everyday menu. Like it hasn't been? I already know you like champagne, and I suspect you'll like some of the other things here. I sent him a questioning look, and Massimo leaned against the window and grimaced. When my people were packing your things back in Warsaw, there were 2 cups in the sink. One had some cocoa in it, and the second filled with tea with milk. Somehow I don't think your ex liked either of those beverages. But who knows, he shrugged. Why did you go away for vacation and leave that in the sink? Ew! What's important is that you like at least one of them. Besides, you drank them in Rome too, so it wasn't that hard to guess, he added, walking over to the cooler with the champagne. You'll start boozing right now, I presume? I asked, sipping from my mug. Massimo took the ice-filled bucket and put it down on the floor. No, I'm only making some space for myself, he replied, sliding the tea and milk jugs away. I thought I'd be able to control myself, but since you're stark naked, I find it rather hard to focus, so I'm going to lay you on the table and take you, delicately yet resolutely. I'm sorry, what? So he's gone from, I was very rough with you last night, and it had been a while for you, so I know you're very sensitive and, need some recovery time down there, to, I've been around a naked woman for 5 whole minutes, can't control myself, so yes, I'm going to fuck you, but I'll be really delicate because you're, kind of sore and stuff. What? Also, I think you have to be American to use the word resolute. I'm pretty sure there was, some kind of treaty. I stood rooted to the spot, watching him sliding everything to the side of the table. I must have made an extremely weird face, as Massimo couldn't hide his amusement as he was laying me on the tabletop. He spread my legs, kneeled between them, and stuck his tongue inside me. It lasted for only an instant and was evidently not something that was supposed to pleasure me, only reduce friction. You know they make this thing called lube. Then he did what he said he would, delicately yet resolutely, and thank God it stops there. Hi, Deacon. Oh, you missed a 12-page sex scene that was all of the terrible. I went outside to the deck with only my sunglasses and a wonderful white Victoria's Secret bikini on. There was scuba diving equipment on the stern. Oh, I forgot they're on a boat. I completely forgot they're on a. Oh yeah, I remember him saving her life now because she somehow mysteriously fell overboard in a way that she shouldn't. That is not possible, and she drowned. And he gave her the mouth, and then she didn't drown because that's how that works. It was way worse than that, Deacon. Way, 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 way worse. Including several get off me that was ignored. Not a chance in hell. I'm aware the Resolute desk is the one in the Oval Office. There's actually a matching one in the UK. Because Queen Victoria found the ship and had it. It was made out of the from a ship that was recovered if National Treasure taught me anything, or it's bullshit. But there are 2 Resolute desks. One is in Buckingham Palace. Well, I don't know if it's still there, but uh but yeah, the Resolute desk is usually the one in the Oval Office. I don't know. Has any president, since the Resolute desk was crafted, has any president used a different desk? Or is that just the White House Oval Office desk, and that's what you get? Uh, Sorry for the itching bug bite. Itchy, 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 itchy. The young man preparing it didn't look like an Italian. He had bright golden hair and facial features that made me think he came from somewhere in the East. Yeah, accidentally, maliciously fell overboard. Yeah, because it made no goddamn fucking sense whatsoever. And again, it was a time jump. It just went from her walking downstairs that apparently were outside and had no railings whatsoever, and somehow she fell from the top deck and didn't break any bones from hitting the water at that height. And he was somehow able to jump in, and even though she drowned to the point where she wasn't breathing and her heart had stopped, he was able to magic them back up onto the deck and then revive her with CPR, and she was fine. Because that's how that works. I swear, there's like a hair on my lip. It's a dog hair. I know it's going to be a dog hair. His eyes were large and blue, and his smile was infectious. I have to remember the world is backwards this time, because when she says East, she's not. I'm assuming she doesn't mean Middle East, because she's describing a blonde white guy. So I'm assuming, like, girl, did you mean West by mistake? Like, because I'm sorry, most guys from the Middle East are not blonde with blue eyes. It's just not that part of the world. Massimo was standing on the other side of the yacht, talking to Fabio and gesticulating wildly. I decided not to approach them. Instead, I walked over to the diver. Descending the stairs, I stumbled and nearly fell into the water again. Again, is there no fucking railing? Oh, girl, she writes on something, but it ain't vibes. Because I'm sorry, there's no way you're sober while writing this. I mean, hell, the co-author of the known to be insanely rambling and overly long 900-page book It has the co-author of Cocaine for a reason. It probably doesn't have robots and railings, yes. Jesus Christ, I'm going to kill myself one of these days, I muttered in Polish. The young man's face brightened. He extended a hand and greeted me in perfect Polish. Hi, I'm Merrick, but everyone here calls me Marco. You have no idea how great it is to hear Polish again, ma'am. This has to be on purpose. I stopped, paralyzed, grinning at the man for a while. Then I burst out laughing. Hey, how about, since you know Massimo doesn't speak or understand Polish, or at least so far he hasn't, how about you tell the guy, I'm being held hostage, here's my mother's name and number in Warsaw. Call her and tell her I'm being held captive and where we are. Trust me, I do. Thinking in English makes my brain hurt. I'm Laura, and please call me by my name. Can we ask for that to be today, so the book is over? Yeah. So how do you like your Italian vacation? He asked, turning back to his equipment. I took a moment to think about the answer. Well, it's not really a vacation, I stammered, looking overboard. I have a 1-year contract on Sicily that I had to settle here for a while. I added, taking the rest of the steps down. Is your presence here a coincidence, or have they brought you here for me on purpose? It's a coincidence, though a pretty happy one, wouldn't you say? How would this guy know? Paolo was supposed to dive with you today, but he broke his leg yesterday and I had to step in for him. Do we want to know how the guy broke his leg? Suddenly, Marek straightened and his smile vanished. I turned around and saw Massimo slowly walking down the steps. The two men greeted each other and talked in Italian for a while, then Massimo turned to me. I'm sorry, but I have an urgent meeting, so I can't go with you two, he said, clenching his jaw with anger. A meeting? I looked around. We're in the middle of the sea. A helicopter's coming for me. I'll see you in a while. I spun to Marek and said in Polish, so we're all alone. I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Massimo kept still, but his eyes flared with fury. Marco is Polish. Isn't this great? This is going to be an awesome day, I said and kissed Massimo on the cheek. Massimo's going to kill this guy. I don't think there are orcas in the Mediterranean. Say I'm a hostage here. Yes, Deacon, we are so. Yes. She had the opportunity to shoot him. Again, she didn't take it. Ow. Okay, don't scratch. Ugh. No, I just want to claw my skin off. Orcas are everywhere now. I can't wait to get to the yacht. They are great. He stepped As I stepped back, he shot out an arm and grabbed me by the yeah, of course he's going to do something extraordinarily violent. Whispering so only I could hear. I don't want you to speak Polish when I'm around. I can't understand anything. His hand clamped painfully around my arm. Saw this coming, and dude, how about you learn? How about you put Google Translate on your phone? I jerked away and hissed angrily. Well, I'd like you to stop speaking Italian. Can you do that? And hey, fair point, she doesn't speak Italian. I shot him an admonishing glance and headed in the direction of the motorboat where Merrick was packing the diving equipment. I closed the distance between us, patted him on the back, and asked him in Polish if he needed any help and if we had everything we needed. And then I waved happily at Massimo and turned to go to the boat. Honestly, I didn't know if Massimo could teleport or something like that, but I hadn't managed even one step when he had me in his arms again, kissing me. I was going to say strangling. Yes, you don't learn to scuba dive in the ocean. You start in a pool. Yeah, no. Not how anything works and very dangerous. He leaned over me slightly and lifted me from the ground, his arms crossed over my butt. His lips greedily latched onto mine as if we were never to see each other again. The sound of the approaching helicopter broke our frantic kiss. Massimo held my face in his hands, smiling widely, and winked at me, saying, if he touches you, I'll kill him. See? What did I say? What did I say? He's gonna kill this guy. Duh. He planted a kiss on my forehead and left, taking the stairs up. I stood and watched him go, feeling a wave of nausea at what I had just heard. He would do it. I knew that. I had no intention of taking responsibility for someone else's life. He must love you very much, said Merrick, reaching out with a hand. More like control me all the time, I retorted, getting into the motorboat. Well, you're his captive, you idiot. All I can think of is Marco Polo instead of Marco Polish. Hey, that was probably the intention. That was probably the intention. We headed out. I turned back and saw Massimo waiting for the helicopter. his hair blowing in the downdraft. He looked seriously annoyed. I didn't have to see his face to know that. All I needed was the position of his body. His toned legs planted wide and arms crossed on his muscular chest was never a good sign. Do you teach diving for a living? I asked. Merrick laughed and slowed the boat so he didn't have to shout over the wind. Not anymore. I had a lot of luck and found a niche in the market. I'm the owner of an underwater empire now, he chuckled. Something is very sus about this. Can you imagine a Pole in Italy owning the biggest diving equipment company, handling all this stuff, handling all the stuff all by himself? Hi, you were supposed to be having a nap? I know you're very cuddly. I know, but you, Mr. Puppy, need to go back to having your nap. He's going, no, but you told me to go have a nap and I didn't. That was like a whole 10 minutes ago. So I had a nap and I did what I was told. And then I woke up again and now I want more cuddles. He's like literally half asleep. He's not even awake. Go to sleep. Sleep, little puppy. Sleepy baby. It's okay. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Yeah, put your little head down. Come on, put your head down. Come on. Lay down, my good boy. Come on. Lay down. Little eyes are closing. It really is like putting a baby to sleep. Which, be right back. I need to restart. Okay, we'll save your seat. He's upset by the book. Yes, he is. Well, and like I said, he actually has some training in being an emotional support dog. He knows when I'm upset. He knows. He can pick it up and he goes, "Oh, mommy's upset." Either I can feel it in that way dogs can sense things, or he can hear it in certain pitches and strains of my voice. He knows when I'm upset and I need a comfort object, which is him, because petting him calms your blood pressure down, as has been proven. Because my former dog, Christian, who, I had for 16 years, he was a trained emotional support dog. And so when I got Bo, he figured, okay, better teach this stupid puppy that you're making me put up with a thing or two. If you're going to be around here, you stupid mutt, you're going to be useful. That was pretty much because he objected to having a second dog because just why would I ever need a second dog when I had him and he was the best dog ever and everything. Like, he didn't like me giving Bo any attention at all. But he did teach Bo, like, hey, if you hear this or if mommy's doing this, that means you go be a thing to be cuddled and you make it better and you lick her face and you let her cuddle you and you be a very good boy and and that's what you do. And Christian can be bold too, because if I was in a mood and I didn't want to pet him and he's like doing the, hey, excuse me, ma'am, you need to pet me. Your voice is doing the thing and you're upset and I can feel it, so you need to cuddle me and pet me. And if I was ignoring him, he'd just jump right up on my lap and even onto my chest and be like, nope, you're going to pay attention to me because I'm doing my job. So I'm going to sit on your chest and be fully laying in your face until you pet me and cuddle me and acknowledge that I am doing my job as a puppy. He was a lot bigger than Bo. Christian was like 20 pounds, so he was a good mid-sized, very shaggy, fluffy dog. Have I ever posted pictures of Christian on Discord? I don't remember if I have or not. I should post one later. It's for anyone who hasn't seen him. I still have a ton of them on my phone. Hi. Come here. No, I'm not leaning down to pet you. You should be in bed. You shouldn't even be here. You should be in bed. Ugh. He's going, Mommy, stop, go to sleep and stop reading this trash book. I know. Hi. You want up? Come on. Up, up. Come on. Last chance. You can do it. Come on. Up. Yep. There we go. All right. One more cuddle. You need to go to bed. So, what are you doing here with me then? I asked with a laugh. I told you, destiny and a broken leg. This is how it was supposed to be. This guy's gonna end up dead or something, or he's like in on something. This is not right. He raised his voice to the motorboat. I really may need to add some tinfoil accessories. Because my brain keeps trying to script doctor this and make it better, but it's just, there's no point. He raised his voice as the motorboat was accelerating again, rushing through the waves, the engines roaring. When Marco was packing up our equipment after the diving session, the sun was deep orange in color. And I resent European book not spelling the word color correctly. It was amazing, I said, chewing a mouthful of watermelon. It's good you've dived before. Didn't have to waste any more time than necessary for the teaching part. Okay, so this is supposed to justify the whole diving in the ocean thing. That, oh, she has experience, I guess. Like, does that mean she's, like, scuba certified? Because that's a thing. Where are we exactly? Off the coast of Croatia. Merrick pointed to the land on the horizon. It's getting late, and I have to be in Venice today. Okay, not the best student of global geography, but Croatia and Venice, not close together. When we got back, it was already getting dark. I noticed Fabio on the deck of the Titan. The older man helped me out of the motorboat, and I said my goodbyes and headed towards the stairs. The hairdresser and the makeup artist are waiting in the lounge by the jacuzzi. Would you like me to serve dinner? I heard Fabio saying. A hairdresser? Why? I asked, surprised. You're going to a banquet. There's an international film festival in Venice, and Don Massimo is the majority shareholder of one of the film companies. Unfortunately, you only have an hour and a half to prepare, what with you being so late. Okay, this is the kind of thing I need like a week's worth of warning on. And also, I'm International Film Festival in Venice when like a month ago I was literally spending more than an hour a day on Twitter cyber stalking Mads Mikkelsen at that very event. And no, I didn't take over, I didn't save over 800 photos from that event on my phone and they're in a special folder. That didn't happen, except for all of the it did. And then I was very much hoping, because the same film was then shown at the Toronto International Film Festival, that he would be here for that, but he didn't come to the Toronto one. Not that I was thinking of attending and trying to get an autograph. That's also on my to-do list for this year. So far, I've got moving, sending parts of my novel to an actual publisher or multiple publishers, and I'm going to figure out who you email to get an autographed headshot of. I've made a list of 5 celebrities that by the end of the year, I would like an actual signed photo of them. So I need to figure out who do you contact nowadays to ask for, as a fan, to ask for a photo. Because I Googled like how to get in touch with, and it gave me like the name of, I guess, the agency that reps him, but I was like, I don't think as a fan you could just like call up a an agency and be like, "Can I have a signed headshot of one of the stars you represent?" I think that's how you sound crazy. Great, I thought. I've been sloshing around in salt water the whole day to dazzle everyone at the party with the dryness of my skin. I shook my head, wondering if the day when I'd know the plans in advance would ever come. How about asking? Not to mention making those plans on my own. I headed upstairs. Well, you are supposedly being held captive, though we've yet to see any real proof. Polly and Luigi were a pair of stereotypical gays. Okay. Wonderful, fantastic guys, a woman's true friend, and more feminine than most ladies. In an hour, they managed to get the bird's nest that my hair had become and the flaking dry skin on my face in order. When they were finished, I went to my room to pick some clothes for the evening. I entered the bedroom once. I entered the bedroom only to notice a Roberto Cavalli evening dress, which I had bought back in Tormina, hanging on the bathroom door. It had a small card attached saying, "Wear this one." Well, at least I knew the answer to the question of my evening outfit. The dress was amazing, but also very revealing. It was made of black, see-through material, a bit like mesh, with inserts that looked like zippers or lacing along the sleeves. Its long sleeves made my arms look thinner, but the pièce de résistance was the back, or rather lack of it. The dress had only a thin strap at the shoulder blades, then a long, wide cutout all the way down to the derriere. I can't wear underwear with this, I thought, grimacing, looking at myself in the mirror. It's see-through, you better be wearing fucking underwear. Also, this dress is what Rene Russo wears in the Thomas Crown Affair. Why do all bad eroticas have to steal from that? But that's literally the dress she wears, is a see-through black dress with nothing underneath. Oh, yeah, remember when he had her be naked on the red carpet and then she supposedly went into hiding the next day and hasn't been seen since? Croatian port to Venice ferry can take over 3 hours, but if she takes the helicopter, it's doable. Who is messaging me at a time when I don't need messages? Okay. Oh, yes, welcome back. Deacon, what were you saying? Wait, what at the dress? It's okay. You're okay. You're okay, little baby. You're okay. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're okay. But like, how do you not? Roberto Cavalli had foreseen this, though. In strategic places, the dress lost its translucence. It didn't change the fact that I simply would have felt better with at least a G-string on. Okay, there are many so-called types of underwear that I don't understand the point of. A G-string is one, because I'm sorry, you ain't covering shit with that, girl. I grabbed my bag, sprayed on some perfume, and slid my feet into a pair of elegant sandals and went to the door. I stopped by the mirror for one last time. I looked mind-blowing. The incredible smoky gold and black makeup complemented the tan of my skin perfectly, and the chignon at the top of my head made me look slimmer and classier. The heaps of faux hair was worth it, I thought, running my hand along the intricate structure on my head. I went out I went out and took a look around. There was a bottle of champagne and a glass, already filled on the table. I was getting used to that. There's got to be drugs in the champagne. It's the only explanation. The stereotypical gay comment? Yeah, seriously. What? Like, that's why I paused for a minute, because I was just like, okay, we're just gonna be, okay, we're just doing that now. Yeah, sure. Ma'am, you mean a wave? Yes. It's probably just clipped in, but. So the man in black must be somewhere close. I walked over to the table and poured another glass. For a while, I wandered around the boat, peeking into darker spots, but I couldn't find anyone. At some point, I noticed that the Titan had reached land. There was a magnificent vista of lights flickering in the distance for me to enjoy. Excuse me. This is Lido. Which they call the Beach of Venice, I heard a familiar voice say. I turned my head towards the speaker. It was Dominic sipping on his champagne. I knew that dress would be perfect. You look absolutely stunning, Laura. He stepped closer to me and planted a kiss on both my cheeks. I missed you, Dominic, I replied, hugging him. Now, dear, or else, okay, the guy's name is spelled Poli, so I'm saying Polly, or else Polly and his girlfriend Luigi will have to start all over again. Fuck you, he said with a laugh and led me to a pair of leather armchairs, offering me a seat. Where's Don Massimo? I asked, taking a sip. Dominic sent me an apologetic look. I hadn't noticed before that he was wearing a tuxedo. That could mean only one thing. The man in black had bailed on me again. He had to. I raised my hand, silencing Dominic. Let's just have some fun tonight, I said, tilting my glass and downing it in one gulp. Yep, I was going to say, she gonna get drunk AF. Okay, puppy, I know you're pretending to be asleep, but I can't feel my arm. And you need to go back to your puppy bed. Okay, no, I don't. No, I don't. No. No, it melted. You're not allowed to move me once I melt it. What are you doing? You're breaking the rules, Mommy. You're not allowed to move me once I melt it. I'm melting. I'm melting, puppy. Why am I being put down? I don't want to. Okay, you have had so much attention tonight. You had so much attention. So you are going to go back under your puppy bed. You're going to go to sleep. You're going to stay there. Okay? So go back under your puppy bed for some naps and you stay there. Okay? This time, puppy stay. Okay? Go into your puppy bed and go naps. Yes. Do as you're told. Do as you're told. At least Dolly Parton's honest about the wigs. Hey, puppy, Deacon has a message for you. Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted. We interrupted him mid going under the puppy bed. This is unforgivable. I'm sorry. See, this is going to cost me an extra cuddle now. Okay, go sleep. He's never eaten a book. Shoes, socks. He chewed a cane of mine that I was not impressed with, but in his defense, to him it was just a big stick. Maybe some peanut butter should accidentally get on the book. I'd have to rub a piece of chicken on it. He doesn't like peanut butter. Don't ask me why. He's the only dog in the history of dogs that doesn't like peanut butter, but he really doesn't. But believe me, if I rub some chicken on this, he'll eat anything. Like, he's the dog that if he lived in the country, he'd get shot for breaking into people's chicken coops. Or he'd get pecked to death by the chickens because, yeah. But yeah, you put a piece of chicken on a string, he will go anywhere. The motorboat that we took was still angling towards one of the canals of Venice, while I allowed myself to fall deep into thought. Did I want this year to last, all of a sudden? Or maybe even more? Or was that too much? Maybe if Massimo got what he wanted, he'd let me go now. But did I want to go back to my old life? Okay, I predicted that this would happen. I just thought it would be at the end, not the literal halfway point. Why did I keep yearning for him so? Dominic woke me up from this reverie. We're nearly there. Are you okay? He asked, offering me a hand. I stood up, but the sight of all those people, lights, and the pomp and splendor suddenly terrified me. Yeah, I'd be there too. No, I'm not. I'll never be. I don't want to be ready. Why are we doing this, Dominic? I asked, eyes wide with fear when the boat drove up to the shore. Yeah, seriously, what kind of, like, kidnapper sends you to the fucking Venice Film Festival with his manservant, with, you know, your gay escort? Because I definitely think Dominic is gay. For me, of course, I had. Okay, there's a legit typo because it's supposed to say I heard, but it says I had the familiar accent and felt a warm wave flood over me. Sorry for the confusion. I didn't think I'd be here on time, but we arrived at an agreement fairly quickly, so here I am. And just to prove I'm not lying, look, right there. It's supposed to say I heard the familiar accent, but it says I had. That got through. That got through. Do I want to not be kidnapped and held hostage? Yeah. Well, she admitted like 4 pages ago that she is basically being treated like a princess. And the only thing that bothers her is that he threatened her family. Which, again, we don't even know if that's a real threat or if he's capable of carrying it out. You know what? I'm just going to say that was on purpose. You might well be right. Tradwife influencer smut is something else. Oh god, don't bring up the tradwife crap. I can't stand that shit. And it's just a new name for the same bullshit. You know, it's all it is. How is my hair this long again? I still can't do a decent braid. Ugh. Thinking of doing a panel in the spring because I've done it before. Do a panel and have a fake tattoo and, you know, do edgy, but I only ever shave it to like here so I can still flip it over and like have like normal looking hair when I want to. I don't know. I'm gonna be 39. Is that too old to do like trendy half shaved panel head? She writes like that. Yeah, probably. You just got your hair done and it looks cute. Can we see a picture? Put like an emoji over your face if you don't want to show your face. Just show the hair. Thank you, Deacon. I raised my eyes, seeing my resplendent captor waiting on the quay. He was wearing a double-breasted black tuxedo and looked straight out of a fairy tale. I was overawed. His white shirt brought out the color of his skin, and the elegant bow tie was so classy. He looked so dignified. Come, Massimo offered me a hand, and a moment later I was standing next to him on solid ground. I smoothed down my dress and lifted my eyes, meeting his gaze. He held me tightly by the hand, looking as dazed as I was. Again, what the phrase resplendent captor? Lara, he said, and then trailed off, frowning. You look so ravishing tonight. I don't know if I want anyone else but me to see you like this. I smiled at those words in mock modesty. Don Massimo, It was Dominic. We have to go. They've seen us already. Please, your masks. Who saw us? Why did we have to go all of a sudden? I took the beautiful lace mask offered to me. Literally, the fucking. Like, I swear, bitch just literally downloaded a PDF of 50 Shades, randomly cut half of it out, and then used, like, the Control F function to find and replace, and that's how this got written. What is somebody. What do we mean somebody saw them? Who cares? And putting a lace mask on your face doesn't mean nobody knows who you are! Massimo turned to me, tied it over my face, and purred, brushing his nose against its rim. What is it about you and lace? I love it, he whispered, placing a gentle kiss on my lips. Before he managed to pull away, the flashing lights of the paparazzi illuminated the night. Excuse me. I started to panic. Massimo slowly took a step back and turned towards the photographers with his arm around my waist. Okay, so were they hiding their face from paparazzi? What? As far as we know, she hasn't been reported missing, even though she should have been. He did not smile, instead just waiting until they were done. The crowd of paparazzi reverberated with calls in Italian while I just tried to look as dignified as I could, though my legs were shaking. The man in black waved a hand as if signaling this was enough, and we headed towards the entrance along the red carpet. Having crossed the halls, we reached the ballroom lined with monumental pillars. There were candles and white flowers on round tables. Most guests wore masks, which suited me. My own mask gave me the illusion of anonymity. Well, nobody would know who you are here anyway. We sat down at one of the tables. We were the last people to join that particular table. Waiters arrived moments later, serving appetizers, followed by other dishes. Okay, seriously, you're going to a fucking Venice film premiere. I could fill at least 2, if not 3 chapters very easily, detailing that out and having a lavish, like, Cinderella evening. Purred, yes, Deacon, in case you missed it, he purrs now a lot. They both do, but mostly him. End of chapter, by the way. That was a short one. We'd possibly get to chapter 11 tonight. I don't think that's happening, but. Because, yeah, let me see how many pages is chapter 10. Yeah, it's 20 pages. We're not getting through that before the end of the evening. No way. I gotta start limiting. But end of the chapter does mean we need a stretch break. These are the rules. Yeah, bringing his kidnap victim to a red carpet at the Venice Film Festival. He's the dumbest kidnapper ever. Yeah. Because now there's internationally viewed pictures of the two of them together. So let's say he does let her go at some point, and she runs to the FBI or Homeland or Interpol or whoever and says, noted world criminal Don Massimo, whatever the hell his last name is, kept me hostage for a year and raped me repeatedly and threatened to kill my family, and he executed a guy in front of me, and he shot another guy in front of me, kind of, and by the way, I can prove it because here's us at the Venice Film Festival. And roars, apparently. Yes, he roars. Deacon, did you miss him roaring? No, he roars because they had sex, and when he came, he let out a mighty roar, as we were told. It would be Interpol, you're correct. I'm just used to everything being American in these books. Not that it is said that they're not, but yes, he roars. Oh, thank God, we're almost at the end of this chapter. I saw it. Yeah, we're at the end of the chapter. But there's more. There's always more, darling. There's more. We're only halfway through the book. Good thing tabloids are terrible at identifying people, especially new love interests of the rich and famous. Yeah, seriously. Meow. Yes, he roars during maximum pleasure. Yes, a mighty roar. I don't even remember. There was some stupid word in front of it, but it was like, yeah, he roars. Puppy, I'm sorry we interrupted your ritual, but you need to go under the puppy bed, okay? He's sitting there looking at me because he's confused now because he was going to bed and doing as he was told, and then he got interrupted, so now he doesn't know what to do, and he doesn't want to be, BAD, because that's the worst thing ever. You want to cuddle? Come here. Come here. I know I broke your routine. Come here. It's okay. You can do it. Come on. Come on. The tail is wagging, but he's unsure. Come here, baby. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. I see your tail. Come on. He will in like 2 minutes. He's doing puppy math. I can see the hamster trying to turn. So she's fucking the cowardly lion crossed with the scarecrow. He roars and purrs and is completely stupid. That's a good one. That's a good one. I'm gonna remember that. I might steal that. I might steal that from you. But yeah, basically, yeah. My mind just went to this cat meme how kittens think they're lions. Yes! Yes! I love those memes. They're great. Because, yeah, kittens, they got no fear. And they think they are the biggest, toughest thing ever. Do not like this shirt. My chaos gremlin knows he's a big cat. Yes, yes. Yep. Oh yeah, my Thomas thought he was a panther. I am convinced that he thought he was a panther. I am 100% convinced of that. And he would not be told that he was not the biggest, toughest kitty, even when he got his butt kicked. Nope. Did not faze him at all. He was still the biggest, toughest kitty in the entire world. Ugh. Ugh. Prost. How is that only my second glass tonight and it's not even a full one? God, I want pizza so bad. But that's not allowed. Chapter 10. The banquet was as boring as they got. I'd organized hundreds of similar affairs, so my only diversion was to silently point out all the errors the staff was making. Massimo was conversing with the men sitting at our table, discreetly stroking my thigh once in a while. I need to go to the other room, he said. Unfortunately, you may not participate in that conversation. I'll leave you under Dominic's care. He kissed me on the forehead and left for the door, trailed by the other men. So he's here for business. And I guess she's cover. Hi, I told you. See, told you it'd be less than 2 minutes, and here he is. Yep. See, because we have to reset. We have to do over. Because he has to be sure that he's doing what he's told to do. And he's being a good boy. Yes, you're a very good boy. He's so sleepy. You are so utterly tired, you little thing. You're so tired. I know. You didn't do anything wrong. You're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Butters was so uninterested in the Lion King. I was sitting there crying, and he's looking at me like, "What's wrong with you?" Aww. Give Butters some love for me. The way he loves watching National Geographic's National Park series, he wants to be wild. I know they all think they are. They all think they are. They think they're wild. Except for maybe Sasha, right, persnickety? I don't think she fancies herself any kind of wild animal. I think Sasha is quite content to be a domestic pet. Yes, you're so sleepy, I know. You're so sleepy. Little baby. so sleepy. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, little baby. Yes, you are. Little baby, baby, baby. Okay, now you are gonna go to bed. I know I said this before, but this time I mean it. Okay? You're gonna go under your puppy bed. You're gonna go nap naps. And then you're gonna stay there, okay? Okay? That's what you're gonna do. Yes, you are. That is what you're gonna do. Yeah. You're gonna go nap naps under your puppy bed and be a very good boy, okay? That's my good boy. Yeah. That's my good boy. Yeah. Okay. Go nap naps, okay? Mommy loves you. I love you. Yeah. Okay. Nap naps. Good boy. That's a good boy. She's too smart for that wild nonsense. There's 0 down comforters in the wild. Yeah, see? She's a smart girl. She knows. She's like, I got it good. I got a warm place to live. I got comforters. I got a couch. I got mommy to lay on top of. I get treats and whatever I can steal. I'm fed regularly. I got a yard to run around and patrol and be king of the block. I got bunnies to chase. And occasionally she gets taken to the vet's office where everybody loves on her and rubs her belly and gives her treats and thinks she's the best. Butters will fight a dragon though. I was playing Skyrim and he was like, I can get that dragon. Was he smacking at the screen trying to act up? Also, fewer people. Yeah, there's not as many people to love on her in the wild. And who is she? Who is she gonna sit at the door and show her toys to? Really? And The Sims. He wants to eat the little people that can't cook. Oh, I used to play Sims, but I never downloaded it on this computer. Oh, I should, because I still own it, right? I'm sure I still have the emails with the links somewhere. I think it was Sims, I want to say 4. Uh, but I didn't. They added the witch stuff in it later, and I was like, damn it, I want the witch stuff. But I was doing really good. I had a number of designs that actually got really popular, like had thousands of downloads, which surprised me. But I love design games. I love games where you can design stuff. So yeah, I may have spent like 4 hours designing the ultimate kid playroom in The Sims, and it got I don't know. My computer crapped out and died, and I had to switch to this after maybe 3 weeks after I posted it. But it had like 40,000 downloads because you can upload your designs and other people can download them for like quick go-to rooms. So I was grateful that I guess people liked my design enough. I don't know if 40,000 is a lot on Sims. I have no idea for like downloads of stuff. Puppy to the book while she sleeps. He jumped on the TV. Nice. Didn't know that you could upload designs and download. Yeah. Like I said, I think I was playing. Yeah, I was definitely Sims 4. I had some of the expansion packs because like over Christmas they made a lot of the old expansion packs like $5. So I bought a bunch of the ones that I thought I would like. I didn't buy all of them because some of them I knew I wouldn't like, but I think I bought like 4 of them. I know I bought like there was a plant one because I was very big into getting all the plants, and the vampire one. I know I had that because I played a number of vampire characters, and then I think there was like a theatrical one, maybe. I don't remember. It's been too long. I made some videos of it, but they may have been on my channel that got taken down. My brother-in-law is a character in The Sims. His girlfriend, now wife, designed a character based on nice. Very nice. I enjoyed the fact that you can be gay in Sims, because a lot of games you can't be gay. So I enjoyed the fact that you can be gay. Ah, Again, perfect time if anybody would like to make me chug this glass and have mercy on my soul. Because you are doing the work of the angels if you make me chug while I am reading this book. You have not had any chugging tonight, which is always disappointing. My assistant materialized immediately, taking Massimo's chair. That woman in the red dress, like a giant fur ball, he said, and we both erupted in laughter, watching an elderly lady in a dress reminiscent of a Christmas decoration. If not for those fashion curios, I'd be dying of boredom, he added. I knew how he felt, and I was so glad he joined me. For nearly another hour, we talked and drank champagne. When we were suitably tipsy, we decided to take a shot at dancing. This is a film festival. When exactly does the film part start? The dance floor was crowded, but this was a formal party. Can't go too crazy here, I thought, glancing at the string quartet. After a couple of ballroom dances, I'd had enough. As opposed to Dominic, I was an exquisite dancer. My dearest mother had always made me go to dance lessons until I finished high school. When we were moving towards the table again, I heard someone speaking in Polish. Laura, guess we were meant to spend the night together after all, eh? I turned around and saw Merrick, dressed up elaborately, wearing a glossy gray suit. This is going somewhere, and I don't know where, but it's probably leading to this guy getting shot. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised. My company works for most of the hotels around here. Besides, it's a charity ball and I'm one of the sponsors, he said with a shrug. Dominic cleared his throat loudly. Oh, right, I said, switching to English. Hey, Massimo only said don't speak Polish around him, and he's not around, so fuck off. This is Dominic, my assistant and friend. The men greeted each other in Italian, and we were about to walk off when the string quartet was joined by other musicians, and the entire room was filled with the sounds of an Argentinian tango. I squealed with glee. Both men sent me puzzled looks. I love tango, I said, sending Dominic a meaningful look. For the last 15 minutes, I've been stepping on your toes, and you're telling me you haven't had enough yet? I grimaced. He was right. I've been taking ballroom classes for about 8 years, so if you're not afraid, I'd be honored. Merrick cut in, offering me his hand. See, this is see, because Massimo's going to come back in, and he's going to be furious. He's going to beat her, and then he's going to execute this guy in front of her. Just one song, I said to Dominic, and we went to the dance floor. Merrick took me in his arms, and a moment later, the other dancers made space for us to show off our skills. He led expertly with confident motions, a feeling of the music and perfect knowledge of all the steps. Everyone must have thought we'd been dancing partners for years. A couple of minutes into the song, the dance floor emptied and we whirled together, putting all our training to good use. When the music stopped, the entire room burst into applause. We bowed to the audience and turned in the direction where we had left Dominic. Instead of my young assistant, we saw Massimo standing in his place, surrounded by several men. As we approached him, they nodded with appreciation. All but Massimo. Doi. Excuse me. His face contorted in an ugly grimace of rage. His eyes flared with fire. If looks could kill, I would have turned into a heap of ash. Not to mention my companion. Yeah, she's trying to see, but she keeps skipping over all of the moments. Yeah, I was thinking Morticia Gomez too. But it's like everything that should be drawn out is skipped over in this. You want to have a sexy dance scene for him to watch and get pissed on over. You don't bypass that in 2 lines. That should take 12 pages, not really bad non-consensual sex. Bo, I am not picking you up anymore. No. You're being way too sucky tonight. You need to go to sleep, mister. Yeah, uh-oh. Big uh-oh. Somebody quietly sulking back to his puppy bed. That kiss on the arm up to her face, and she was like, nah. Yes, I know, I completely that's one of my favorite moves of theirs, yeah. No, I absolutely love that, I would love to actually do that in real life. Never gonna happen, but yep, puppy finally took the hint. I'm sorry I had to be, a little harsh with him, but he needs to go to sleep. I stepped closer to him and kissed him on the cheek. Merrick took my hand off his shoulder and passed me over to the man in black. Don Massimo, he said, bobbing his head. They froze, looking each other in the eyes, and the air between them suddenly grew so cold it was hard to breathe. Not releasing my hand, Massimo turned to his companions and said something in Italian, causing general laughter. You know who he is? I asked Merrick in Polish, certain Massimo wouldn't understand a word. Sure, I've been living in Italy for a dozen years now. The Pole winked at me. And you danced with me despite that? What's he gonna do? Kill me? I don't think so. Not here anyway, he chuckled. Okay, this guy is stupid. Now I demand that if I get married. There is a YouTube couple, Sophia Tegard and her partner, when they got married, they did the Gomez and Morticia tango because she's a huge goth fan and a huge Morticia fan. So they actually did that at their wedding as their dance. And yeah, there's video online. Send you that one. I will find it, Deacon, and I will send. Besides, he can't really do that for a whole lot of reasons. So I hope this wasn't our last dance. Okay, who are we setting this guy? Is this guy gonna become? Is this the Jack Hyde character? Is he about to become the bad guy? He doesn't know I played in metal bands or I was a cop. Yeah, like seriously. He kissed my hand and disappeared among the tables. Massimo followed him with his eyes before turning back to me. You're a great dancer. That explains the range of movements in those hips in different situations. I was bored, and Dominic isn't that much of a dancer, I said, shrugging by way of an apology. I'm not apologizing for shit. You weren't fucking here. I'll do whatever the hell I want. A rhythmic passo doble reverberated through the hall. Show you how to dance, Massimo said, throwing off his tux jacket and passing it to Dominic. Of course! Now I must show I am the more important, better male by dancing with you harder and sexier than that guy just did. He grabbed me by the hand and led me back to the dance floor. The remaining couples hadn't had time to crowd the floor yet, and seeing me appear with another partner, they left us some space. Massimo nodded at the orchestra to start over, because we're just supposed to believe he has that kind of power or they pay any attention to random douchebag. I was so tipsy and sure of my own abilities that I took a step back, lifting the hem of my dress, revealing my leg. God, what had I been thinking, going out without any underwear? Yeah, you're a dumb slut, we get it. The musicians played the first few chords. The position adopted by Massimo told me it wasn't his first time with this dance. Our dance was wild and full of passion, perfectly reflecting Massimo's authoritative character. This time, it wasn't just a dance, though. It was my punishment and my reward. the portent of what was to happen after we left the banquet and the promise of a surprise waiting for me later. I was spellbound. I wanted the music to never stop and our dance to last forever. Okay, that was like 5 lines. That should have been like 5 pages. Show, don't tell. I have no idea where the book is going. It reads like a fever dream I had in the hospital after I ate kangaroo. Who writes like this? Yeah, seriously. It's such a disjointed fucking mess. Like, it's just a mess. It just jumps from thing to thing. Nothing's connected. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing is remotely realistic at all. I'm all for high fantasy. I really am. Also, being high in fantasy. I'll take either. But it just doesn't. I think Persnickety's onto something. Yeah, ChatGPT. I think Persnickety is onto something here. Because, yeah, this sounds like how AI writes, because it tends to be very disconnected. Even when it's writing the whole thing itself. And I have made a hobby the last 6 months out of fucking with ChatGPT. I also found shall we say, uncensored version of ChatGPT, and I managed to break that thing that will write rape scenes for me, and I mean violent, graphic, detailed rape scenes, but I managed to break it 4 times already. ChatGPT I can break in about 5 minutes because it's really fucked up on the programming. Also, I can get ChatGPT because it'll say, you'll prompt it and it'll be like, sorry, I can't write that because it violates the rules of this, this, and this. But if you know what keywords it's homing in on and you change it, you can definitely get it to violate its own rules. And I have proof of that. Because I have gotten regular ChatGPT to write things it should not write, including non-consensual content. It ain't that hard. Only took me like a week to break it. But that's me being a 90s hacker and being bored. And I don't mean I hacked it. I mean I used it the exact same way anyone else would, just with words and input. But if you figure out the keywords and how it thinks, you can absolutely own it. The uncensored one I should stay off because it triggers me, but you know, it triggers me and then I have a whole day of bad daydreams that I can't stop. Used to be a word for that. One of my therapists told me once, because I asked them, I'm like, what's the word for, when you try to have a daydream about something, but it always, no matter what you start out as, like you start out with like something really flowery and princessy and really happy and or intending to be happy, and then it just twists and turns like dark and evil and leaves you like crying and screaming, and you just have this, nightmare fantasy in your head instead of the happy one you wanted. What's the word for that? And I forget what it is. Like I know dystopian daydream is one, but I don't remember if there's an actual word or if I just got called crazy. Might have just gotten called crazy. No, I don't think that's it. Because it's like, you try to imagine yourself. Let's go with one of the cliches. It's your wedding day. You're in the dress. You're about to, you're in the bridal suite, getting all pretty, and everyone's running around, and your bridesmaids are there, and friends, etc. I have to remember to add these things because in real life I don't have these things. It would just be me. So I'd be alone, getting ready by myself, which suits me just fine. But there wouldn't be any bridesmaids or friends or certainly not family or anybody. But, this is perfect fantasy world. So you put in those things and it's like, it's your wedding day. You're going to walk down the aisle and marry whoever you envision standing at the end. Maladaptive daydreaming. There you are. Thank you, Cerebellum. I had a feeling you would know. That's the word, maladaptive. That was the word I couldn't remember. Yes. Yeah. Had that since I was a kid. And yeah, so it's like as your perfect wedding day is happening and you're so happy and you're going to go on this beautiful honeymoon, but then somebody knocks on the door and tells you your fiance has been killed in a car crash. It's that thing. Or worse than that, somebody, shows up at your wedding and attacks him or attacks you, or something goes horribly wrong, or there's toxic shellfish that kills half your guests. Whatever it is, it always turns bad and evil, and you can't make it stop, and yeah, and then just sitting there bawling and screaming at imaginary characters that aren't there, usually out loud. That's why I need to stay off the uncensored version of ChatGPT that I found, because it triggers me, and then that happens all day. Never did figure out how to make those stop. If I had a therapist now, like a good one, like an actual like psychiatrist level therapist with at least 30 years of experience, I'm going to say, that would be probably pretty high on my list of things I would like to correct. Which reminds me, I was also supposed to call around to doctor's offices this week and see who's taking patients, and I completely didn't do that. But I don't have like Post-its on my desktop telling me to do things. I get everything. But I did make a list of offices to call. I have the list. I just forgot to do the actual calling part. Because that's also on my to-do list this year, is get an actual family doctor who's not a fucking moron. That's also one of the things I've been trying to imagine my way through for several months, and it ends up in shouting in tears because I can't, even intentionally, I can't think my way about 5 seconds past hello with having a good interaction with a family doctor taking me on as a patient. It always goes disastrously, horrifically wrong. In very short order and in very weird ways. They're not as bad as my fantasies of like being in the ER for some reason. Those go much worse. And they're not fantasies, they're what if. They're like, what if I put myself in this situation, or what if I try to do this, and then it just goes horrifically, horrifically, horrifically wrong. Though in some ways very true to life and very much what I expect, which I think is kind of part of the problem. But let's just say I don't have good experiences, so it's hard to imagine having a good experience when all you've ever had is bad, and when the realities of some things are what they are and they're not going to change, and you know that. So it's like, why would I not expect to get horrifically abused and traumatized doing a thing that, that's always how it goes and it's not going to change because the people doing it don't realize that they're horrifically abusive and traumatizing. So there's kind of that question, which nobody can ever answer. I probably have stopped making sense at this point. The finale had to be spectacular and extraordinary, of course. I prayed that he didn't lift my leg too high, thus revealing what I wanted hidden. The music stopped and I stayed in Massimo's arms, breathing heavily. After a long while, the whole crowd roared with applause. Massimo gracefully lifted me from the back bend and allowed me to pivot a couple of times before he bowed. In a calm, austere gait, holding me by the hand, he led me off the dance floor and put on the jacket that Dominic passed him. We took a what? Somebody explained this term to me. We took a French leave then, and it like French is in like capital F French. We took a French leave then, nearly running out. Massimo dragged me along the hotel corridors without a word, his fingers clamping around my wrist like a vice. I have never heard the term French leave. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Like, are they referencing, like, is this a World War II reference? Like, I'm seriously wondering, is it a reference to France, like, surrendering or retreating or something? That's why it's called a French leave, because you're running away? Because I said before, this bitch is racist. That's the only thing I can think of. I hope I'm wrong. Marvelous show, I heard someone say. A woman. Massimo stopped as if rooted to the spot. Slowly he turned around, keeping me at his side. Is it going to be his mom? Is it his mommy? Are we going to have his mommy character now because we have to? Because it's like when Marcia Gay Harden interrupted Christian Grey during a fuck session, and he's like, Mom, what are you doing here? Is that what we're doing now? In the center of the hall, there was a beautiful woman with blonde hair, wearing a short gold dress. Her long legs ended around the level of my first ribs, so she's tall. She had gorgeous fake breasts and an angelic face. She approached us, kissing the man in black. This is Mrs. Robinson! This is the Mrs. Robinson character! She's the she's gonna be the past girlfriend who's still hung up on him, and she's gonna, oh my god, she's Mrs. Robinson! Ah! Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Means leaving without saying goodbye or leaving without permission. That's like every exit I've ever made. Well, I am 25% French, so I guess I come by it honestly. Yeah, because my grandmother. Uh, well, my grandmother was born in Canada. Her parents most certainly were not. They emigrated after World War One, and then changed their last name from LeBlanc to White, which I didn't know for a long time because, you know, when you're a kid, you don't get the concept of like maiden name versus married name, so I never knew that there was such a thing as a maiden name, and for me, it doesn't matter because I still have my maiden name. Though I do enjoy, you know, on those bank security questions where it's like, what's your mother's maiden name? Guess what the answer to mine is? It ain't my mother's maiden name. Because those security questions are a joke, because if you know somebody, you know what all the answers are. So here's my personal tip on how to make those not suck. Okay, the answer to my mother's maiden name is not only not my mother's maiden name, it's not a name. It's just the answer that I know to that question. Same with like, what was the name of your first pet? Guess what? It's not the name of my first pet. It's whatever I decided the answer to that question is. Because just because the question says X doesn't mean the answer you give has to answer the question. You can make the password whatever you want. So make it something that has nothing to do with the question. That's security. Because I'm the only one who's going to know what the actual answer is because it has nothing to do with the question. But it is the answer. Believe me, it works. I've had like bank people ask me, like, is that really like somebody's maiden name? And I'm like, no, of course not. As opposed to the Midwest goodbye where it takes over half an hour to say goodbye. That is my grandparents. That is my grandparents. Every time they had people over, I remember as a child spying. Every time they had people over for dinner, they'd all be stood in the foyer, like putting on coats and saying goodbye for like half a fucking hour. There's like 4 people. Even as a kid, I was going like, what is going on? I don't understand adults. Like, I stayed up late to spy on this because I was an insomniac as a child, so I spied, you know, all the time. Because what are you going to do after, you know, the adults put you in bed and expect you to stay there and you know you're not going to sleep for 6 hours? You're a little kid. The only thing you can do is spy. Also, it's required. It is in the charter of tiny children that you must spy on adults. Like, Oh my goodness, I thought that was just a southern thing. No. No. See, because in Canada we're too polite, so that also factors. Damn it, I thought we had a duck or a glass of wine, but no, it's just a useless email of nothing. Disappointed! You know, Hercules meme here. So you found her, she said, her eyes trained on me. Her accent told me she was British. Oh, also, okay, so this is going to be somebody that he knows, probably from went to boarding school in Britain, which we haven't been told yet, but I bet I'm right, because she said he speaks English with a British accent, but he speaks Italian with an Italian accent, and, so I'm guessing Italian-born but educated in Britain, and that's going to be where he knows this bitch from. And her look suggested she could have just left the catwalk of a Victoria's Secret show. Wow, really doubling down on the Victoria's Secret branding. Lara, I introduced myself, offering her a hand. She shook it with an ironic smile, staying silent for a while. I'm Anna, Massimo's first and true love. Oh, so this is the whore he was fucking in the first scene. Yeah, remember we said what happened to her? And it's going to be he threw her out, probably very brutally, and said, I found my mystery girl, so I'm done with you, skank, get out. So now she's pissed and is going to want revenge. Okay, so she's probably a combination of Mrs. Robinson and Layla. That's what it is, because she's definitely the Layla. We know that. We saw that. She's Layla. But she's probably Mrs. Robinson and Layla. Because, this is too lazy to have that many characters. By that I mean 3. Fuck Microsoft Windows. Yeah, you're going to have to be more specific, darling. I'm going to need a lot more information. Because you can say that any minute of any day. And notice that after a bit of a firm tone, Puppy is actually under his puppy bed sleeping. Sometimes you just gotta stop indulging them. You ruined everything, you stupid bitch. Is that an actual song? Oh no! Okay, so Microsoft is really screwed. Do you need to restart things? It's a song. Okay. Is it in Sinners? Because I know that's like your favorite movie at the moment. Is it in Sinners? If you need to restart things, go restart things. We'll wait. Because I find Windows, especially Microsoft Windows, it gets bitchy if you need to update it and you haven't done that in a while. Things start stopping to work. And then once you update it, it goes back to working because it's very bitchy like that. But sometimes, yeah, you just need to restart it because... No, it's not. It would be funny if it was. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know the song, so I don't know if it's like real or serious or what. But yeah, with Microsoft, restarting it is usually the answer to 99.9% of your problems. As long as you're sure that it's not your email that's crashed, because sometimes email servers do go down. Like last year I had my email and mobile data go down for half a day because all of Bell Canada got hit. They still don't know why or who did it, but they got hit with a cyber attack that caused them to shut down Canada-wide for about 8 hours. And it happened very early in the morning. A lot of businesses couldn't open for the day because they had no ability to take money without internet payments or having the uplinks to their banks. So it caused I don't know if I ever heard the final number, but because this made nationwide news all day. Obviously, it was a very big story. Though it quickly went away because they didn't know who did it, or it wasn't a ransomware thing. It was just somebody did it, and then they fixed it, and I didn't hear too much more about it. But it was estimated to have caused I think it was just in the day from the businesses that couldn't function because of it. It was about estimated at the time to be about 700 million for the 8 to 12 hours that it was out in some places, just from the loss of business, because it hit all of Ontario, especially. That's where the majority of the money was Ontario and the GTA and those businesses that couldn't process payments or open for the day. So it's a lot of money in that area. Like, remember, Toronto has a financial district, it has a diamond district, it has an antique district. There's a lot, like billions of dollars move through the GTA every day. So when, and Bell Canada is the majority internet provider for at least this province, probably for the whole country. It definitely has an above 40% market share. So when it goes down, it's a big deal, and a lot of big companies got, they couldn't run a lot of things without it. Like, a lot of people had GPS problems, which was surprising. But yeah, they never found out who did that or why, because like I said, there was no ransom demand. Wasn't ransomware. Just honestly, it seemed like somebody doing it just to see if they could, kind of thing, you know? But they weren't the only one, because prior to that, thank you for the song, I'll listen to it after this. Prior to that, Rogers, who's a very small provider here, they had been hit only about 4 weeks earlier. Also having a day-long outage, but it affected way less people because they're a very small percentage of internet provider here. They're less than 5%. So in hindsight, some people said the Rogers outage may have been a test run, because there was some speculation that it was an actual cyber attack against Canada. Though who did it, no idea, and no country took credit, but a lot of people were saying this had to be, for the level of complication that it would have taken and the amount of power it would have taken, this had to be backed by a government somewhere. So the thoughts were that it was Russia at the time, because of Canada supporting Ukraine. Because again, this was over a year ago now, so things were hotter then. So yeah, the consensus was that it was probably Russia, just basically screwing with Canada because we were supporting Ukraine and sending them weapons, etc. But that was all pure speculation. I don't know if any of it was ever proven. If it was proven, it certainly wasn't made public. But it was at the same time, you know what else was happening at that exact same time? The mystery drones and balloons getting shot down over Canada and the US, couple in the US, couple in Canada. Those had happened like the week before, and those were believed to be like Russian and Chinese spy drones. So, mostly Russian. So that was happening at like the same time. Yeah. Wasn't going to say it, but yeah. That, like I said, that's the speculation. It was never confirmed, but let's just say it was never disproven either. Ugh. Half-hour left, and I still need a lot more to drink. A lot more. Excuse me. Okay, so what do you do when Crazy X comes up and introduces herself as somebody's first and true love? What do you do? she replied, finally, not releasing my hand. Massimo's hand, still clamped around my wrist, grew sweaty. We're in a hurry, forgive us, he hissed through clenched teeth, pulling me with him down the corridor. Taking a look back, I saw the blonde still standing in her place, speaking words in Italian. Massimo gritted his teeth. He carefully released my hand and stomped back in her direction. Okay, I actually wish they would put the Italian in the book because I could translate that. Not easily, but I could manage. And I would like to know what is being said. He released my hand and stomped back in her direction, keeping his face carefully impassive. He replied something in Italian, a couple sentences maybe, and returned to me. He grabbed my hand again and we walked away, getting into an elevator and ascending to the top floor. Quickly, Massimo pulled out his key card and opened the door. You could this is copy-pasted from 50 Shades. That is copy-pasted. Minus points for copy pasta. Opened the door and slammed it shut behind us. Without switching the lights on, he threw himself at me. His kisses were quick and hungry, and his tongue slid into my mouth. We're gonna have more. It's gonna be a sex scene until we're finished, isn't it? But I said, I'm not ending in the middle of a sex scene, so we're getting through no matter what. After what happened downstairs, I was in no mood for that. I didn't react. After a while, Massimo realized something was wrong. He stopped, controlling himself. God forbid a man has fucking control! And flickered the lights on. I straightened up, crossing my arms. Massimo sighed and ran a hand through his hair. Again! This is Christian Grey! He's Christian Grey right now! He is so Christian Grey right now! This is copy fucking pasta, you stupid bitch of a writer! God, how is this person an accredited writer and they made money and sold millions of copies? They're probably very wealthy off of this, and that I am not published. How is that a thing? I'm yelling at you, universe! This month has been the longest year of my life. I know. It's only 10 days old. If an ex came up to me now, well, she's captive, so I'm not sure. No, if you're with a guy, like say you're out at the club, you're out wherever, you're with a partner. Let's just say you're with your partner, and one of their exes comes up, and your partner, your current partner, is forced to introduce them of, hi, this is this person, and you're like, hi, I'm this person, and they're like, yeah, I'm your partner's first and true love. How are you responding to this? I mean, I would what I'd do if an ex came up to me, but I don't have any real life exes. I only have online exes. I shrugged. That's nice. My name is. Yes, thank you, Deacon. I am with you. Yes, that is exactly. If I was particularly bitchy, I'd say, well, I'm his second and best love. Like, don't come for me, bitch. Jesus Christ, Laura, he said, collapsing into a great armchair behind him. She's the past. By that he means 11 days ago I was fucking her up the ass right before I kidnapped you. I kept silent for a moment and he observed my reaction closely. I'm aware you had women before me. That's perfectly all right. I began, my voice calm. I'm also not going to ask you about your past or judge you. But I'm interested in why she said that, in what she said that made you decide to go back. And also, why is she so angry? The man in black didn't respond, instead glaring at me. It's all very new to Anna, he said finally. How new? I refused to back down. I left her the day you landed on Sicily. Well, that would explain a lot, I thought. I never lied to her. Paintings of you hung in the house for years, and nobody but me had ever believed that I would find you. Her least of all. But the day I saw you, I told her to leave. Okay, so we're getting an explanation, and yep, he threw her out like garbage. Yep. He watched me awaiting a reaction. Is there anything else you'd like to know? Oh, baby, I'm just getting started. I am just getting started. I'm putting on that bathrobe that seems to ever be present to hide the naked dress, and we are having a long conversation about this. Also, I need some background on the paintings and the all the other. Right now, I really need the ladies' room, so I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Okay, I'm really hoping the puppy doesn't wake up while I get up, because sometimes he does. I'll be back in 1 second. Final shout out for the evening before I go. Our remaining options, because time is short. For $10, you can sponsor a painted duck. Please be specific. Or for $50, you know what? I'll make it 40 tonight because time is short. I'll cut it to 40. You can make me refill this glass and chug it in one, hopefully. Those are the options. Please consider while I run to the ladies' room. I'll be back in just a minute. Talk amongst yourselves about puppies. When you think something has stopped and then it decides to start again. And I'm wearing blue jeans. Bobby, while she's gone through the book, I got your back. It was an accident. Yeah. Deacon, I would love to hear your explanation. How did the book accidentally fall in his mouth and he'd shoot it repeatedly? Bo, bark, bark, nom, nom. Well, just stop looking. We'll give you an alibi. You are all evil people attempting to corrupt my dog. Got your back. Who's gonna tell the ducks? No, the ducks are afraid of him because he ate one of them, and so they're all afraid. I so regret giving him the duck to eat because I didn't really think he would destroy it into tiny little pieces. I thought he would just, but it squeaks, and I think that made him go like kill. Because one of the ducks that came with the last batch was holding an AR-15, and so we can't show that on YouTube. And I didn't want to repaint it into something else. And even if I had, you could still tell. So I gave it to the dog. Rogers, shh, I don't have Rogers. Everything's fine. Does he want to be a service dog? Now's his chance. This is why I have the best chat on the internet. I undeniably have the best chat on the internet. And I'm very, very grateful for all of you, and I may be about to cry. And not because I'm drunk, because I've had like nothing to drink tonight. I'm actually very surprised at how sober I am, which is disturbing. I need to keep her away longer next time. We can work on that. Hey, get me to chug 2 of these in a row. Believe me, I'll be in the bathroom a moment longer. Probably a lot longer. So we try to remember how to stand up. Wait, did I lose my page? Where was I? No? Where was I? Ow. I said nothing, staring at him and thinking about my feelings. Jealousy is weakness, and throughout the years I'd learned to eliminate weakness of character. Besides, I didn't feel threatened because I didn't care about Massimo. Or at least that's what I was telling myself. Okay, so we're already getting into Stockholm. Say something, Lara, he hissed. I'm tired, I replied, sitting in the other armchair. Besides, it's none of my business. I'm here because I have to be. And each day brings me closer to my birthday and my freedom. So she's getting the claws out, which he deserves. I knew that what I said wasn't the whole truth, but I was in no mood to talk about it. The man in black kept his eyes on me for a long while, his jaw working rhythmically. What is with all the references to his jaw? Is he doing that jaw training, like make your chin line stronger crap? Because it doesn't work. Oh, Deacon, this is not the first time that he hisses. No, he hisses, he purrs, he roars. I don't know if she's trying to do some like manticore thing where he's part lion or something, but yeah, he hisses, he purrs, he roars. Yeah. I mean, I purr spectacularly, but generally needing to be paid to do so. No, so if you do have to go down and you do on the underside of the cock, that will usually end things. Most guys can't take it. In the next chapter, he has retractable claws. Girl, don't give them ideas. Don't, don't, don't be giving ideas because it could. You don't know. It could happen. Okay, you know what? And one of those autistic questions is bugging me. So I'm gonna cheat and use my calendar to tell me. Oh, thank God. Okay. My brain was telling me that my birthday, which even though it's not for a couple of months, my brain was telling me my birthday fell on a Saturday, and it doesn't. It falls on a Sunday. Which also means, hey, if we're here, hey, that means on Saturday night, once we hit midnight, it is my birthday. So we can have a little mini birthday celebration. Okay, the goal this year, cupcakes. I want cupcakes for my birthday this year. So if we can swing it and it's in the budget, cupcakes for my birthday. That is the goal. Is it too much to say cupcakes with sparklers? Yeah, it is. I take it back. I'm gonna cry now because I said stupid shit about my birthday, and that was on my. I also, as much as I have things on my do list this year, I have things on my don't list, and I just broke one of them. It's hard to break bad habits. I'm tired. I knew that my words had hurt and angered him. I just didn't care. He got up and headed to the door, grabbing the handle. He turned his head, sent me a cold look, and said impassively, "She told me she'll kill you and take away the thing that I cherish the most, just as I've taken it away from her." Okay, so confirmed. And we're not even going for like subtle in any way or background evil. No. This woman just openly threatened to kill Lara to a guy that we're supposed to believe has shot multiple people. Is there a reason he's not just going to have Anna executed or disappeared halfway around the world? Like, and supposedly she was what? She was his main squeeze for a couple of years and thought that eventually he'd give up on the fantasy woman and realize that she was the one, you know? And so she must know what he's capable of and probably saw about 1,000 times more of it than we have so far. And yet she just walked up to him and said, "I'm going to kill the fantasy girl that you finally found after 5 years." And we're supposed to believe she has the ability to do this, by the way? Like, who the hell is she? She's a whore. With the fire alarms in your building, you don't want sparklers. Also, the whole Swiss fire thing. Oh, yeah. The habit I started doing that I learned from the monks that I walk through in LA. They just said, "Write down today is a peaceful day." Never met a monk. I would like to. They seem like nice people. Freaking pick me women annoy the fuck out of me. Oh god, girl, I'm so with you. I I knew pick me girls in middle school. Middle school. Like fucking slutting their way up at like 12 years old, and it's like, you know, like I went to a middle school that where a sex room was found. There was a sign-in sheet. There was somebody organizing it and making money, and you could like pay for extras like you know, like clean sheets or candles or snacks or booze. And they ran a sex room out of the basement, an unused room that I guess was never locked. Uh oh, Deacon, girl, that ain't nothing. There was also a sex room in 3 of the high schools I went to, at least that I knew about. And I was one to never use them, so it got so far, and I was the most outcast of outcasts, social pariah. I had teachers where I'd show up after 3 weeks and they'd be like, "Oh, I heard you died." And they would say this in front of the entire class. Oops, I overfilled. So if ever you want to get the most bang for your buck, here it is. We have to dish at some point. Yes, we do. Oh, yeah, I will tell you all of the everything. Like I went to some crazy ass schools. And I went to a lot of schools. I haven't done the count in a while and I don't remember, but yeah, I went to a lot of schools. Like, I change schools pretty much every year, sometimes 2, 3 times a year. And no, I'm not a military brat. This reminds me, also on my to-do list this year, I really got to write this down or I'm going to forget all of it, is getting an actual copy of my high school diploma because it took me 8 years to get through high school. Long story. But I never actually got the final copy of my diploma, and I fucking earned it, and I want it. And I've decided it's okay to, on some things, try to have what you want. No, I'm still debating on wanting, which is why I said I broke my rules about the cupcakes, because saying it means I want it, and that means it's something someone can use against me, because knowledge is power, and people knowing what you want gives them power over you, etc., and saying it out loud makes it evil, and, you know, I'm not somebody that's allowed to want things, and blah, 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 and self-reinforcing bad, blah, whatever. If you know, you know. Excuse me? I called out, shocked. And you're just going to leave after telling me that. I stormed in his direction. You damned egomaniac. See, there's a word that should have come up in 50 Shades a lot more. I trailed off when I saw he was actually hanging the Do Not Disturb sign on the door. I stopped, my hands hanging limply at my sides, staring at him. That dance today, he said, approaching, was the most electrifying foreplay I've ever experienced. They're gonna have sex and I'm gonna get stuck in the middle of another sex scene. That's not fair. That does not change the fact that I really wanted to kill that annoying little Polak when I saw him touching you. He knows who I am. I heard you can't actually kill him, I said, raising an eyebrow. Unfortunately, you're right. He replied, taking the last step towards me. Okay, so I'm guessing Polish guy is from he's from like a Polish crime family, so he's like protected, and it would mean like, mafioso war if he got taken out. That's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be a thing. He wrapped his muscular arms around me and hugged me. He'd never done that before. Dumbfounded, I didn't know what to do with my hands. I put my face on his chest, feeling the thumping of his heart. He sighed, sliding down to his knees. There we go. In that position, with his forehead nestled in my breasts, how tall is he versus how short is she? Because we have the following. He gets down on his knees. Got that. But then his forehead is right here. I'm 5'6". I ain't tall. But how tall is he if he's kneeling and his head is in the boobs? We can skip what? Oh, if there's another sex scene we can skip, I really might. I genuinely might. He grew immobile. I ran a hand through his hair, stroking his head. He was defenseless, exhausted, and totally reliant on me. Did he get shot with a phaser set on stun when we weren't looking? I love you, he breathed. I can't fight it. I've loved you long before you showed up here. I've dreamed about you. I knew what kind of person you were. I felt it. Keep in mind, he doesn't know anything about her because he's not asked her anything about herself or like what she likes or doesn't like. He's learning by observation, but without talking to her. That's why he didn't know if she liked cocoa, tea, or champagne for breakfast. Ask her, you dumbass. And it all turned out to be true, he said, his hands wrapped around my hips. Alcohol buzzed in my head, where fear was warring with a strange calmness. Desktop spiked drinks? Yeah, no, the guy. Yeah, no, he's an abusive fuck who does the brutal smashing your head into the mirror, and then while you're still bleeding, says, I only do it because I love you and I can't live without you. Yeah. No, I was watching a stream on Only Cops. Great channel, by the way. Yes, it's called Only Cops, and it's former cops. Tuesday and Thursday nights, 8:30 Eastern. Shout out to them. Tell them Lisa Rowe sent you. They'll know, and Josh will laugh. Uh, but tell them Lisa Rowe sent you, and yeah, they're former cops. They react to body cams, and last was it Thursday? Either last Thursday or last Tuesday. So one of the two streams from this week, there was the most textbook example of a guy love bombing a girl as he's being arrested for beating the shit out of her, and her actively like trying to stop the cops from arresting him while saying nothing. And everyone was found in a crack house, so that's also a thing. Send you the link, I shall do so. I will do so. What was the other? I gotta write it down so I don't forget. Uh, what was the other thing I said I would send you, Deacon? Remind me? Because really, if I don't write it down, I will forget. I have short-term memory loss from a traumatic brain injury as a child. I know it was like 10 minutes ago, and it bugs me that I can't remember. Something silly. Okay, if somebody remembers what was the other link I was supposed to send Deacon, and especially Deacon, I know I said it. I said I would send you the link to something else. What was it? Uh, yeah, I'll scroll back. It's only like 10 minutes ago. We're almost done, so I'll scroll back through the video and see if I can. Or it'll come to me later. Fuck, I hate when I can't remember shit. I hate when I can't remember shit. Ugh. Okay, we're not even close to the end of this. We're actually not that far up page count, which is really weird. All right, we got like maybe 10 minutes left, so last chance if you want to make me chug an oversized glass of wine. And with that size, I may not get through it in one, so it could be really entertaining if you want to watch some entertainment. So there it is. PayPal link at the top. As I said, for this evening, I will lower it to 40 instead of 50. Oh, I love him. Mammy just went to me. Oh, girl, I've been there. Girl, not me, but I've been around those that, because thankfully the one thing my mother did right was raise me to never tolerate anyone raising their hand to me. But, she didn't know I was gay because I didn't come out to her. But, she taught me very well. You never let a man raise a hand to you. And she showed me by example because she had two different boyfriends that they raised a hand in one time, and literally one of them we were living with like part-time. They both still had their own apartments, but we were living with him like half the time, and they'd been dating for about a year and a half. And I remember because I was still awake because, again, insomniac child, and I heard them fighting. I heard him hit her, and she came out of the bedroom, literally just put her arm out, grabbed my hand, grabbed me, literally grabbed me, walked out of his apartment at 3:30 in the morning in the dead of winter, and went home, and I could see the mark on her face, And I never saw him again. I know she went back the next day when she knew he would be working and got our stuff. And I never heard his name ever again. She never spoke to him again, never saw him again. Nope, he hit her one time and then that was that. Done. He effectively did not exist on planet Earth anymore. Second guy, same thing. Hit her, changed the locks in that case. Never talked to him again, and we were walking down the street a couple weeks later and he happened to be there and started following behind us and literally begging, going like, baby, please take me back, I'm so sorry, I swear I'll never do it again, we were so good together, I love you so much. And he's like, and we're walking down the street and my mom is just looking dead forward, she didn't look at him, didn't acknowledge him, didn't say a word, had a vice grip on my hand and just kept walking while he followed us for more than 3 blocks saying all the, baby, I love you, please take me back, like literally begging, I'll do anything, baby, please forgive me. Went on and on until eventually, like other people basically intervened and told him like, hey, stop following the woman and child, like enough. She doesn't want to be with you. She's not talking to you. Let it go. Yeah, I learned after being off Ellie how to ask questions. It's not so much you feel asked. Yeah, you know what might be a good study for, I'm sure the US has their own version of this, or at least I hope some states do. Look up in the UK, they have something called, it may be different than this now, but at the time I heard about it, it was called 27 questions. And it is something that the police force there, when they even suspect domestic violence or they have confirmed domestic violence, they're required to ask the victim 27 questions to determine like the extent of the problem and try to get them help and try to get them out of the situation. And all those questions came from um, either survivors of extreme domestic abuse or came from family of people that were killed during domestic violence that could have been prevented if the police had asked the right questions, because they realized, okay, the police aren't asking the right questions, so let's go to the victims. And they asked victims who've been out of domestic violence relationships, like, okay, you called the police like 8, 9 times. What do what do you wish they had asked? What should they have asked? What are the right questions? What's the way in? And they asked the victims and they got really good information that apparently works very well. But yeah, look up the UK version because they've been using it a long time and it's been, I gotta say, the most successful for them. I'm not saying it has like an over 50% rate of success, but I'm saying to date it's the best thing people have come up with. So yeah, look up in the UK the 27 questions on domestic violence because I'm sure you can find it listed publicly somewhere. I'm sure a copy has gotten out at some point. That's way too many S's on what? Am I slurring again? Okay, I'm looking for a place to stop. Again, not finding one because nothing takes a break. There isn't a break for 8 pages. I'm not getting through 8 pages. Fuck it. We're over time. Oh, you put too many S's on discuss. Girl, I am the last person who's going to judge spelling. I'm dyslexic as fuck, okay? I am not the person to judge that. Oh, it was the Sophia Nygaard wedding dance. That's what it was. Alright, so I will do that in next half hour. But yeah, we can totally like voice chat. Like let me know when you have a couple hours. Okay, we're just gonna find a place to stop at this point. I'm disappointed we didn't get even one new duck tonight. It's been too long since I had to update the thumbnail with new ducks. We only have 6 left, and I feel like they're lonely. I feel like the ducks are feeling unwanted. Yeah, some of them have been here from the beginning. So, is it weird that I feel bad on behalf of inanimate objects that they haven't been picked for the team? It probably is. I took Massimo's head in my hands and lifted his chin to look him in the eyes. He raised them, sending me a look completely filled with love, trust, and humbleness. Not a trait I'm associating with this guy. Massimo, honey. If she calls him honey again, it's going on the list. I whispered, caressing his cheek. Why did you have to fuck it all up so badly? I sighed and collapsed to the rug next to him, feeling my eyes watering. She's gonna cry over some. What are you? What in the actual. What? We fell through a vortex somewhere. I thought about how wonderful it would be to meet him in different circumstances, where I wouldn't be his prisoner, where all those threats and blackmail wouldn't have happened, and most important, where he wouldn't be who he was. Make love to me, he said gently, laying me down on the soft carpet. My heart skipped a beat, and I didn't expect this and froze, watching him through half-closed eyes. This might be a problem, I said, making myself comfortable in his arms. He hung above me, propped on his elbows, with his body pressing against mine, covering it all, and his eyes searching for answers in mine. Oh, and here we go. Here's the ultimate 50 Shades line. I'm reading the end of this paragraph, and then we're done. I also see the word baby girl on the page, so we're going to start with fire next time. You see, I continued, ashamed. I've never made love to anyone. I only fucked, and I liked it. No man has ever taught me how to make love. So, there you are. You might be disappointed. I finished and turned my head away, embarrassed. What? So this is her. So basically this is 50 Shades if you like partially reverse the roles. Because she's the one saying, I've never made love, I've only fucked. Which is something I can relate to, but I ain't apologizing for it. Have I ever made love? No. Have I fucked and enjoyed it? Yes. Do I consider fucking a form of exercise and something to keep your brain sharp like Sherlock Holmes in Elementary? Yes. Do I think it gets over emotional and romanticized? Hell yes. But there's a reason I've never made love to anybody. They're all bad, but they exist. I'm not this bimbo though. Like, what the actual... I'm drawing the line for the evening. I'm going away to drink and probably not eat anything. Not that there's anything here, but that's how it gets this time of the month. Everything is craft dinner and toast. Like, I'm pretty sure that is literally how Christian Grey actually says it. Alright, so we are now on page 263. I'm just curious, how many actual pages do we get through? Wait, was there a play with fire on the other page? Did I miss one? I don't think I did. No, but there's like 2 on the next page, so we're definitely starting with fire next week. So be on time if you want to know the fire. We got through 28 pages. That's gonna be a. I think that's like a low score of all time. I blame the book. Six, 7, 8. Okay. Not losing my very special bookmarks that I worked very hard on, even though they're pathetic. Puppy, find the book and chew on it. We won't tell. No. Tell what? I don't know what you're talking about. Gotta be more quiet. Do you have a better plan? Gotta eat while drinking? Yeah, no. Don't have to go through this. Well, we don't have to go through any more of this tonight, but there is more of it. There is still 100 and we are literally stopping at pretty much the exact halfway point. Wow. It made you canine superior. Pray to the doggy gods. What is it? Is it it's Anubis has the head of a dog? Pray to Anubis. But puppy is obeying mommy and having the nap that he was ordered to have. So when he wakes up, I will relay all of your messages to him. Though I will say his ability to bite things is limited to a piece of ropes. Okay. Is limited to rope and other doggy toy type things. If I told him to bite anything that is not a doggy toy, he would probably look at you and turn his head sideways and be like, belly? You're not making any sense, human. So do you want to rub my belly? Because look, I'm rolling over. Look, I'm rolling over. Look, there's a belly. Look, see, I'll stretch out longer so there's more belly. Look, there's belly. Because that's what you want, right, human? You're not making any sense with the words. So rub the belly. Look, I'm being really cute. I'm being really cute. I'm being really, really cute. This is what he knows how to do. But like I said, send some chicken. Because I'm telling you, I drip chicken grease. You know, fire alarm. You know when you buy the rotisserie chicken from the grocery store that I absolutely miss so very much, and it's got the grease in the bottom? If I poured that on the book, he'd eat every bit of it, and the fire alarm is going off again. This is something I got to do Monday, because I'm sorry, it's the department at the end, the one where it's going off for a week. It still goes off constantly. It just goes off shortly. So I don't know what the fuck these people are doing. But this has been 2 months now, where their fire alarm constantly goes off. Like, what in the actual fuck? And no, the fire that happened on the fire that happened like Wednesday this week wasn't there. It was an accident. It was somebody had a new stove installed and they didn't know. And by the way, manufacturers don't do this. They didn't know that apparently the instructions for the stove were in a plastic envelope that was stuck to the roof of the oven. And the person who got it didn't know that, so they were using it and they put something in the oven and the plastic caught fire and that's what caused the fire. And believe me, even though apparently I was told it was on 15 and I'm on 20, I could smell the burnt plastic for a couple of days. Like, burnt plastic is one of those smells that it just, wow, it lingers. It lingers. But I felt, when I heard how it happened, I was like, oh my God, like, that is so the manufacturer's fault. Like, don't do that. That's just, you're asking for a fire by doing that. What are you thinking? I felt bad for the person who did it because they probably felt really bad. Like, You know, and I've caused like 2 kitchen fires, one of which was my fault, one wasn't, but you know, I still felt bad both times. One of them burned half the kitchen down. Listen to her, we have your back. Are you offering my dog witness protection? Not a lot of folks remember how to install basic things. Oh, girl, you're so right. Yeah. Oh, 100%. 100%. 100%. No, like, do you know how many people are shocked that I own, like, freaking screwdrivers and that I'm a female who knows how to do such, like, minor, like, repair things? Or that I built my own furniture, or that I can assemble IKEA furniture without the instructions? You know, or I can use a drill without a man? Ugh. But that is going to do it for this evening because it is after midnight. So that will conclude this week's edition of Bad Erotica Book Club. We unfortunately have 160 pages left to go in this book and then 2 more in the series, and then we will move on to hopefully better and brighter things. And yes, I know what we're reading next. I already picked it. So hopefully it's good. I did check my bookshelf. I do have to reorder it because I lent it to someone they never gave back. I don't have the first one anymore, even though I have all the ones after it, including some I haven't read because I moved and stopped reading for various reasons. But I haven't read the ones that we're going to read in a very long time, so I'm sure I've forgotten a lot. And there will be things to make fun of, even though they're better than this. You know, there is some changes upcoming. We shall all see. But for anyone watching in the post show, you can still sponsor a duck. Just leave a message in the comments saying which one. The link should still be somewhere. But that is going to do it for tonight. Hopefully next week we get ducks so I can update the thumbnail and a lot more chugging. But we shall see. Puppy says goodnight to everyone. He says he loves you all and thank you all for loving on him so much. Because he knows he can feel all your love through the screen and all the belly rubs that everyone sends him. He really, really can. So until next week, I have been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Please take care of yourselves throughout the week. Have a good week. Be the best you can and don't let the world get you down, even though I know it's hard. But until then, take care of you, love on a fur baby, and know that I love you. Bye bye.